Oh, we're not live
Bang.
yet?
Wait,
Oh,
No, now we are.
hello.
now we're live. Hi.
Hello, everybody. Oh, hi. Hi, Silver. How you doing? Yeah, I didn't see
Hey.
you come in until just a little bit ago. And here we
Oh, you're
are,
good.
ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, at the wonderful, wonderful after show. Yeah,
After
these
party.
these are the best part of Sunday. Oh,
Ain't no party like a lavender lady party because
uh,
the lavender lady party don't stop.
Come on, no
yeah,
claws,
that's
It
no
just
claws in the knees, no claws in the knee. Ow! You stupid
oh,
cat, get off me!
oh kitty.
yes.
Oh,
Saya's already accused me of trying to usurp his place with movie night because I'll have these parties going for 5, 6 hours.
Yeah, you don't know when to quit, do you, girl?
I guess not. It's just
Oh.
what we need. We need the validation. We need all the wonderful people here saying, "Hey, look at how great lavender is." And it's like, yeah, sure.
We are your adoring fans, and don't you forget it.
Oh, I am thankful for that. Really and truly, I am. Every one of you, you guys on the panel, you guys over on the side. Thank you to all the people who are here and all the people who are not here. Oh, what's everybody up to?
I wouldn't necessarily say I'm up yet. I'm still waking up.
Same.
Second cup of coffee here, and my partner just woke up, so they're grumpy.
Good
You know,
morning.
I'd actually consider coffee because, yay, I can have caffeine again.
Yes.
But the thing is,
Woohoo.
I've been delinquent in my shopping duties and there's no milk. And I'm sorry, but coffee is way the hell too bitter without milk. So,
Right? It is.
Okay. Um,
Uh-oh.
let's see. Come on,
like, I'm
let's
not
let's
even
get
a
this right
coffee
here.
connoisseur because I know smeg all about like even what it mean, like the difference between espresso and cappuccino and all that shit. I don't know it. I just bought some instant stuff and that'll
Yeah,
do.
I'm drinking hazelnut and bonus snarky points for using the word smeg.
There
That's
you
Well,
go. The thing is,
Oh my
at
god.
least Kate, you did not pronounce it espresso. God,
oh
that gets
well,
on my
come
nerves.
on.
espresso? Who
Does anyone
says
actually
that?
say that?
Yeah, there are people who say that.
There are people who say that, and most of them live in Pittsburgh.
But
Who?
you know, I
Everybody
could
says that here.
see I could
Everybody.
see like a brand of coffee or a coffee shop that like specializes in being fast, calling it espresso.
Hey, that's an
But
idea.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's a great idea. Like, hey, come get your espresso over here.
And that's the interesting thing. For a long time, I had a dream of opening a coffee shop as basically a place for trans folk to come and gather and just be comfortable,
Yeah,
a veranda and
That would be
everything.
awesome.
there's not a whole lot of safe places or where trans people can feel safe. There's not a lot of places like
Yeah.
that. There really
Yeah.
isn't. They're few and far between.
well, yeah. I mean, ever since the fall of Cybertron, where do you go? You're in danger of Decepticons all the time. Wait, not those kind of trans folk. Okay, never mind.
Right.
Robots in disguise.
Yeah, this was, I would
Oh, dear Lord.
say maybe 20 something odd years ago. I was thinking of this when things were not as open as they later came to be, but unfortunately are heading back that way now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, things have regressed quite a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Thank you to our asshole in chief. Woohoo.
I have a question though. I mean, can you actually make a coffee shop be for certain people? Because I mean, I've remembered times where someone started like a bar, and I thought it was just going to be a bar, but for some reason it suddenly got like patronized mostly by like LGBT folk,
okay.
and they're like, this was not my intention for the bar. I thought it was
Yeah.
just going to be like Cheers or some shit, and somehow people found it. Like, I mean, can you say this is a trans bar?
No,
Can you do
I
that?
Well-
mean this is
Well, I
the
mean,
thing.
you can market it that way.
I was
sure.
gonna say,
No,
yeah.
It's
You
not
can't
that
discriminate from
it's
other
not
people.
that you're just trying to create a bubble of just trans folk. I mean, just
Mhm.
having it to where trans folk feel safer in different places. You know, not just exclusively for trans folk, but just
Yeah.
you know, normal. Like be able to go and have a normal life without being harassed or
I mean, for
I don't know.
example, in a one
Or
mic.
Same way they have
even-
gay bars. You know?
even like being asked questions from complete strangers about what are your genitals and how many surgery
Oh,
just
Oh
have,
my.
just have a
imagine
normal
ever
life.
asking that question.
They
Like,
just want a normal life. That's all. I don't think that's too much to ask. I
No.
really
It's
don't.
not.
I
I
got.
seriously need
so-
someone to explain to me where the fuck this started and why humans think that somehow that's an appropriate question to ask anybody.
I
Yeah.
know,
Whoever you
right?
are.
That's
Like, I would
weird.
never show up to someone and just be like, "Oh, what you got between your legs?" Like,
Oh my
what the
god,
fuck?
it's so creepy, right? It's so
Yes. It's like
Like-
Christians being obsessed with gay sex. Like, I don't get that, but like,
right.
I don't
Well-
ask you about your sex life. Why are you asking about mine? Like, go away.
Oh,
I actually.
who's the
Yeah.
man in your relationship? Who's the girl
Oh,
in your
Lord.
relationship?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
it does become a safety issue because like I've had friends who were harassed for going to the bathroom and people gang up on them and beat them up. If this isn't
Mhm.
just like I'm offended issue, this is a safety issue.
Well,
Yeah.
you got all those people who are like, I don't want a tranny in my bathroom. I'm sitting there thinking, what
Yeah.
the hell do you think they're going to do to you?
Right.
Oh,
They're
Right?
right.
I mean, where's the problem? Are they not going to just shit and get out?
Right.
I mean, to
Yeah,
tell
I
you
mean,
the.
it's the same arguments we've heard for any number of minority group, right? Throughout the
Absolutely.
nation.
But it's different. I don't know anyone who says, "Oh, I don't want to go into the bathroom with the black person because they're going to rape me."
no, but
But,
they,
but
That
for
has
some
been
reason-
said. That has
some
been
reason-
said in the past that if we
Sure.
allow them freedom, they're going to rape our women. That's
Right.
always
but-
a thing.
Oh,
They're
Lord.
But I'm talking specifically about bathrooms here.
they're not bringing their best.
I mean,
people, you know?
because like you're always hearing, oh, trans folk are pedophiles, and if my child's in the bathroom with a trans person, they're gonna, like rape my child or something. I'm sitting there thinking, really?
Oh, please.
Yeah.
It's weird, right? It's so
It's
weird.
absurd.
I mean, I want to be in there, take care of what I needed to do, and be out of there as soon as possible.
Right?
I don't care about your number one. I don't like kids all that much in the first place. I don't know how to relate to them. I don't know how to talk to them. So screw that bit. And no, not that. But
People gonna take you out of context.
oh, they do all the time anyway.
Yeah, they will. They will. It's an inevitability.
Tria, have a look at your DM, just in case you want to.
Oh yay! I love Tria. Tria's awesome.
She's a sweetie.
By the way, very good show, y'all. Y'all touched on some very good issues, and I really love that. I love what Casey's doing. Not only just like what she presents to the show, but also on our channel, because
yeah.
there's a lot of people that can relate to some of the struggles that she has, and I'm glad that they have a place. Like I have my struggles too. I have PTSD and severe depression. But my struggle is different than anyone else's struggle. It's all of our individual thing, but at least we can relate to each other and have the conversation. And I really admire that about what Casey's doing.
Oh, absolutely. And oh my word.
I love it.
Okay, Laura, I have forgotten your Twitter handle. Could you kind of put that up in the side chat if you don't mind? So I can get a link to you.
Okay, maybe this is just me and me being like kind of old school, because I was using the internet. Hell, I had a BBS, a dial-up BBS back in like the early 90s, even the late 80s, right? And nobody called it your handle. We aren't truckers. Everyone actually was using pseudonym for a really long time, or pseudo for short.
Okay.
Right? And then when people started saying handle, I was like, what the hell's wrong with you? I don't know. That's
Oh
just
no, you're
that's
not
just me.
alone.
Where I
You're
ran
not
into
alone. I've
handle,
gotten used to
they
it,
just PM me
but it
perfect.
took a while.
Where I ran into that was Microsoft working with their file systems. You had a
Oh,
file handle.
mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking of, okay, this isn't anything like the stuff I've worked with, but we'll deal with it. Okay, Laura, I'm not seeing it in my DM. Let me. There are two of me out there. There's yeah.
There's two of her. She has two. There are two of you, but they're easily distinguishable.
Yes, they are. One is Lavender Lady Zero. Oh, there you are. I'll do it from there.
Zero. There you are.
And then the other one is Lavender Lady 00. And I opened that second one when I was running into problems getting shadow banned all over the place. There you are. Okay.
You got shadow banned?
Yeah, when I first started up my Twitter account, and I was, what's the word for it? I was following people all over the place. I must have been following more people than Twitter wanted me to follow because I got shadow banned a couple of times.
That's weird.
And they must have seen my behavior as suspect or something. Well, a lot of people see my behavior as suspect, but that's another story.
No, like for a while, Twitter was doing this thing where, like, if you posted so many tweets in such amount of time, they considered you like a bot or something.
Yeah, that was me.
Because there was a huge problem with bots and trolls on Twitter.
Well, that was the thing. I was following, say, 100 and a half, 150 people at a sitting. And okay, Laura,
Hello
check your DM.
Yes, I've got it.
Hey, how are you, dear?
Not bad in yourself.
Hi, Laura.
Hi there.
See, and that's another one. In my world, DM is Dungeon Master.
Okay,
I know that
okay.
feeling.
Boy,
Or
we've got a
Danger Mouse.
wonderful.
In my world, it means dungeon monitor, but anyway. Just saying.
I don't know. I always knew them as messages, but that's just me.
I say PM.
And I'm
Yeah,
really glad
it-
I'm
it
not
started
from
off
like
as
the
PM.
UK or something, because every time I hear PM, my first thought is Prime Minister.
You and I
But-
both, Kate. Yeah.
Just stay away from that
let's do
subject.
something
We've
with
got
my
an
hair
awful
here.
one.
It's doing strange things to me. Well, at least. Oh, there we go. That's better.
Oh, you know what? We actually need to have some robot overlords just so that we can have an Optimus Prime Minister.
Oh man. Okay. We can work
My-
on that. We see if we can arrange that.
My former
That-
YouTube name was Cliff Jumper.
Nice. So, okay, I was at
I like
Faithless
it.
Forum last weekend, and on the way back, I figured, what the hell? It's right there. I've never seen it, and watched Bumblebee. And oh my gosh, is that an amazing movie? Like, I burned out. I said, screw this Transformers crap, because Michael Bay, I hate you with the white hot fury of 1,000 suns for what you done to my childhood, right? And then I watched Bumblebee, and it's like someone took Transformers and mashed it up with the plot from E.T. It is so good. Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
So, and Cliff Jumper
I
was
need
in
to
it.
watch
So
it.
that's why you reminded me of it.
Cliff Jumper got killed in that. That was dreadful.
Yeah.
Oh man, and here's where I get really, really freaking jealous. I mean, Neil got to meet you in person.
It's true.
Yep, and it's like, damn you, Neil! I am so freaking jealous.
Well,
You
this is
are
why
not.
you go to
But
Faithless Forum.
Say
Faithless
again?
Forum was an absolute blast.
I wish I could have made it. I
I
really
wanted
do.
to go so bad. Oh my god.
Unfortunately, it didn't have the spare cash. One of these years, maybe. We'll have to work on that.
You know,
I want to go
it's,
next year.
It's funny how you were talking about Michael Bay just then. I liken the Matthew version of the resurrection as the Michael Bay version, because if you look at the resurrection story, the women turn up, and oh look, the tomb's open, and the women turn up, and oh look, the tomb's open. That's two versions, and then the Matthew version is what the fuck, giant earthquake. And an angel swoops out of the sky and moves the tombstone out of the way.
Well, it's funny because there's this picture of a bumper sticker from I don't know if it was a joke or if it was an actual NRA member or what, but it said if Jesus had a gun, he'd still be alive.
Oh God, I saw that, and it's like, wait a minute, was it you that said it or someone else? Wasn't the point that he was supposed to die?
I posted it on, yeah, that was me. I was like,
Okay.
yeah, wasn't that the idea? Is that Jesus was supposed to die? That if he saved himself with a gun, it would have defeated the whole purpose.
Uh-huh. Hey,
I got a picture of someone who said, if Jesus had a gun, what gun would it be? And someone posted a picture of a nail gun.
Nah.
Oh my word, that's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah. I don't know. I still like the idea of getting a time machine and rescuing Jesus. It's like, there will be no sacrifice on my watch. You are not going to be the Messiah, bitch.
I don't believe that he was ever a real person.
Well, that one's under dispute, but I definitely know he wasn't like some sort of D&D cleric kind of thing.
No,
I don't know. I don't think it really matters so much as, it's a real myth. Like historical evidence is different than, say, your scientific evidence.
Right.
There's a different methodology. So, yeah, that's a debate that's being had. I don't think that it's of any real merit. You know what I mean? It still doesn't prove anything about the divinity and all that stuff.
Here's the thing that's great about it is that if you look at it objectively, look at the Adam and Eve story and watch how God set them up to fail.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why put the tree of knowledge there in the first place?
And he's all-knowing, so he already knows that everything is designed to fail, that it's going to happen, that mankind is going to sin, and then therefore all of humanity is damned, and therefore we're going to have cancer. Seriously.
Yeah.
That
That was the end of effectively what I was going to say, is that, he created all these components knowing in advance, before he said, let there be light. If he's omniscient, he already knew what they would do with the freedom, with the free will and, the tree of knowledge and the fruit that must not be eaten and the serpent and the serpent being allowed to talk,
and then telling them this is wrong, don't do this. Oh, and by the way, you don't know what wrong is until you do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know.
And then Jesus has to die to forgive, so God can forgive him for the things that he set up in motion in the first place.
Well, that's all that blood magic thing going.
With somebody, like a big old argument where I'm going, how is it justice for someone else to die for everyone else's transgressions? Assume that is actually a thing. How is that justice? And she was like, well, someone had to pay the price. And I'm like, okay, but why not the people who actually did the transgression? How is that not completely bogus? That and she's like, well, God needed to have the price paid to him, and that's justice. I'm there going, that's not justice, because he's not the wrong party. It's like justice is the person that committed the crime paying a price for the crime. So Jesus dying on the cross is not justice in any way, shape, or form. And they could not accept that idea, that concept.
Right.
Well, the whole thing is, though, if you look at it as a co-opting of Yom Kippur, the whole scapegoating thing, it makes a lot more sense. Of the one goat sent out into the wilderness, and then the other goat slaughtered as the sacrifice, and
That still makes sense.
There's another thing that's interesting. So this guy, the idea of God's omniscience, is wrong. It says in the Bible that God repented about something. And it's one of the things that a lot of people never seem to notice, because it's at the end of the 1 Samuel 15 with the Amalekites and just the end of the genocide. There. Okay.
Well, when
I'm
you
just
think
screen
about
sharing
it,
it. I'm just screen sharing it now.
Okay.
Right.
Let me bring the let me bring this up so I can present to everybody.
Omniscience negates free will.
Right.
If you think
Yeah.
about
it does. Inherently, it does.
But he's not omniscient, because if you look at, like I say, I'm screen sharing now. It's right at the end, and basically what's happened, just for the people who don't know the story very well. So Samuel's like the high priest, and God speaks to Samuel and says, right, those Amalekites, go and kill them all, everything, the animals, the people, the children, stab them through the belly, women, and men, women, children, infants suckling or in the womb, the whole 9 yards. Okay, everything, including the animals. And so he goes and tells Saul, who's the king of the Israelites, and he says, right, go and do this thing that God told me to go, wants you to do. So he goes off and he does pretty much everything, except for he comes back with some of the animals. And God's pissed, and it's like, well, what the hell happened there? You're supposed to kill everything, but you didn't do it, and so he ends up being banished. And so at the end of it, and it says, and Samuel came no more to see Saul until the end of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul. And then the last bit, and the Lord repented that he'd made Saul king over Israel. Well, if God repented, then he can't have known what was going to happen.
Right.
If he'd have known what was going to happen, then he shouldn't have made Saul the king of the Jews, the Israelites, in the first place.
And that's
unless he's a bit of a dick, which we've noticed God tends to be.
Mm-hmm. And that's
yeah.
That's not the first time that God, the Jewish God regretted something he did.
Right.
Because that whole flood story was, God regretted that he had made man
the rainbows,
yeah,
and he would never do it again. Yeah,
you got it.
We're taking back the rainbow.
Oh my God.
What I want to know is, like, when the people were writing these legends, did they not go, wait a sec, this is a little illogical in it? I mean, how do you not realize when you're writing a story that you've put in these details that, let's face it, I mean, your average sci-fi fan wouldn't accept this shit from Star Trek. How do you not realize your religion is desperately in need of retcon?
The problem is that all the way through, people, the things evolve, concepts about things evolve. And so between that, early parts being written and later parts being written, that's when God evolved to be omniscient.
And don't forget now that, as far as the legends that are in Genesis, the Hebrew people were not the originators of that stuff.
Right. It's all stolen from the other traditions that were already around.
So they massaged what they got in Babylon or wherever they were.
Samaria.
Wait. So you say the legends that were in Genesis, you mean like Phil Collins?
Right. What I need is we can just do that. Okay. Little crickets there. It's just too bad that I don't know yet how to get you guys to hear this stuff. But I'm working on that. Okay, my Yahweh is bigger than your God.
Is it a video link?
The rim shot there was just on my phone. I have an app that does the rim shot and the sad trombone. So, yeah.
I love those. But okay, what have we got going here? Okay, wait a minute. Let's look at the. No, that's Casey. Okay.
Yeah, Casey got up for a quick sec.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if that was Jen coming in or.
By the way, you're still screen sharing me.
Oh, thank you, dear. Thank you. Okay, stop presenting.
That's a beautiful daisy, though.
Thank you. I've actually redesigned all my headers because obviously I'm not Cliffjumper 24 anymore. So I've now changed it. So I've got some new ones.
Just out of curiosity, when you were calling yourself Cliffjumper, were you into what is known in some circles as base jumping?
No,
Where you
I
throw yourself off of things you really shouldn't be throwing yourself off of?
no. I was into Transformers, and my former guy name was just a bit too, the same as everybody else. There are so many Daves in the world,
Okay,
and it's
fine.
like a way to separate myself from everybody else. So it's like, which one? That one or that one or that one or that one? It's like, yeah, just Cliff Jumper or
Okay, so here's another person. Thank you for being another person like this, who did not pick up an, if you want to call it, opposite genderized version of the previous name.
No. In fact, my name comes from Dragonlance, the Dragonlance Chronicles. That's where I got it from.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
So let me just explain. Okay, so I was using Transformer names for online stuff.
Okay, fine.
And then when I discovered a cross-dressing community back then, obviously I've changed since then, but I discovered a cross-dressing community, and they had a chat room, and I was scared because my hands were literally shaking as I went to that chat room, because my idea of cross-dressers, transgender, things like that, and I didn't understand myself. I still had a lot of shame, and it was very embedded.
Okay, fine.
And so what happened was I went into that chat room, and I had to pick a name, and I didn't have a name at that time. I was a guy like wearing dresses. That was what made me comfortable. So it's like, well, I got to pick a name, and the only thing I could think of was RC. ARCEE is the name. Who's the only girl transformer at the time? And so I went with that, and I used that for years. For like 18 years. Because this year is my 20th year of being comfortable with myself. I'm 45 now.
Yay.
Embedded shame for a lot of years, but left home, got online several years later, and then it's like, okay. And I came to terms with myself 20 years ago, in fact now-ish, because it was sort of March, April, May kind of time.
Okay.
And so what happened was, I went into this chat room, and my hands were literally shaking, because my idea of cross-dressers was, or transgender people was like a prostitute from a Dirty Harry movie, or a drag queen, or a Aftershow, and I was nothing like any of that.
Right.
It wasn't a sexualized thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went in there with this name RC, and it's, like I say, and within a few minutes, they were very, very nice, so nice. And I became, I calmed down a lot. But, there was a lot of sexual innuendo there, because for some people it's a fetish, other people it's not.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing that I discovered. There was a period where I was hoping that I was a cross-dresser, because I was hoping against hope that I was not transgender.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately it turned out that I was, and it was like, okay, I'm going to have to put up with that now. But when I was with cross-dressers group here in Pittsburgh, there were people who talked about, who would talk to people and say, ask, what is your secondary fetish? So they're very easily, very glibly talking about cross-dressing as a fetish. And I wasn't quite sure how much I did or didn't like that. Well, more didn't than did. But my thought on that one was, have any of you seen a documentary that goes by the name of What Sex Am I?
Never heard of that.
I haven't finished it, but yes, I've heard of it.
You have? Okay. This is back from the 80s.
Oh my gosh.
And it was, I think, the first serious attempt I'd ever seen at somebody doing an informational piece on trans folk.
Yeah.
And the person who was producing and narrating and interviewing, God, she did everything on this film, was talking to a psychiatrist who happened to be a crossdresser. And this was one of two people that she had talked to and who agreed on camera to appear both in the male persona and the female persona. And she asked this guy, have you ever thought that you might be, trans, or whatever term she used? I don't know if it was transgender or not.
Probably transsexual.
Yeah, that might be the case.
Yeah.
And he said, oh, no, and I wouldn't want to be. Those people go through hell. And
of course, that's not about identity. It's about, would you want to go through that as a person?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like I say, it's more about society. The way you get treated, just exactly what they were alluding to, the shit you have to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, one thing I've been wondering about sometimes is if we were living in one of those like possibly mildly dystopian futures you see in sci-fi sometimes, where they've tried to eliminate gender entirely. Everybody is wearing unisex outfits and all of that stuff. What would that do to people? Like the transgender community, what would that do when there is, gender exists, but it's as suppressed for everybody as possible?
Mm-hmm.
I have to wonder, you bring this up, and I haven't thought of it in a long time. I don't know if it would be better, or if it would be neutral, or if it would be worse. I'm pretty sure that the internal concept of gender would still exist, even if the expression were limited. So I'm guessing, and somebody please, if you disagree with me, tell me about it, and I'd love to talk about it. I'm guessing that folks would still say, okay, I'm trans. But as far as, going out onto the street and, the whole gender expression thing, that would be quite different to what it is now. Yeah, if everybody were wearing the Chairman Mao outfits, like the whole Great Leap Forward thing.
Actually, I was picturing THX 1138, but go on.
Okay.
I think the thing about it, let me just remind people that it's not about the clothes.
Right.
No.
Oh, absolutely.
About how you feel. So
Exactly.
it's the mental expression. Not.
But that's my point though, is if there is no expression, like outward expression, would anyone have anything to realize because how do I put
Would
this?
anyone realize that there's anything happening, is what you're saying?
Right, exactly.
Probably not.
There's no like you are a specific gender against which to rebel.
Right.
I suppose it would depend a great deal on how thoroughly that whole idea of gender was purged from society. And then at the same time, I don't know if one could purge it enough to have it completely eliminated.
Right.
Well, goodness knows there'd probably be like underground rebels or something who go to some, bar with a secret knock that no one knows is there because it's an unmarked door, and everyone's in there like actually wearing whatever clothing they remember from history or whatever.
Yeah, I don't see that ever happening though, because an individual in society is, makes up that society, and individuals express themselves individually. You might have
Makes
certain
sense.
people that, coalesce into certain interest groups, I don't know, cosplay or whatever. But I think you would have even more individual freedom to just be who you are instead of focusing so much on, what gender do I have to or feel pressure to present to society. And I think that that's really the key issue here, is the pressure that society puts on individuals in terms of gender roles and how one should or shouldn't be, or what pronoun they shouldn't or should have. It's really up to the person.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm seeing it up to the person more and more as we go on, and it's more open and people talk about it more. and the novel pronouns. I mean, I'm going to admit that the novel pronouns tend to drive me crazy a little bit because you don't know what they are before they've been introduced and that sort of thing.
Well, that
And there
kind
are
of comes
so
with the
many of them.
territory. That kind of comes with the territory of learning anything, right?
Absolutely.
Like I didn't know this before, and I have to learn this.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a struggle. I totally relate to the struggle of learning a new thing. Especially something that there seems to be a lot of change happening really quickly in terms of understanding gender and things like that, because now we have ways to study the neurology. We have fMRI, and we have a lot more access to knowledge that we didn't previously have. So it takes time and it takes patience on behalf of everyone that is having conversations about gender.
And I'm really
Smitty in the chat says they them is fine, but you'll sometimes get those people who insist on being like Jay or whatever.
Yeah, that's basically what I was talking about.
And it's like, okay, I don't want to offend you or anything, but number one, that's hard to remember. Number two, I didn't know when I first met you that that's what you wanted, so don't get offended at me.
Yeah, and most people that you talk to that do have those most people won't get offended if you forget a few times or if you're not familiar with it or normal.
They kind of expect it,
Yeah, they usually do. And once in a while, like you'll get somebody like on Twitter that's been dogpiled about it all day because people really just can't seem to, like, they struggle with this issue, right? And that's understandable. But at the same time, it's like it doesn't really hurt you to try.
Right.
Oh, right, right.
And it's the thing is, like, most people get this. You're learning a new thing, and they tend to be patient with you, unless you're like just backing them into a corner. And what's true with that's anybody. If you're backed into a corner, you're gonna like lash out.
Right.
Absolutely.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing that I've been noticing, and it's something I've had a hard time wording, but when you look at like different sides of the political spectrum, you'll get, I don't want to generalize this too much as left or right, but it kind of is, where the people on the left, generally speaking, just want to make life better for everybody, where the people on the right seem to have this mental vision of the world, of what the world should be, what it should look like.
Yeah.
And
Usually,
when people rebel against that, that's where they start to get offended.
yes, they do.
So like they want, one of the mottos of my channel is don't run on automatic. They want to be able to run on automatic, where they can go, well, everyone is a he or a she, and it will be perfectly obvious which they are, and I don't have to think about it.
Exactly.
I don't have to improvise. I don't have to be like worried about anyone else's feelings. I just want to be able to go about my day, without having to have these issues come up. They're lazy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Emil Durkheim brought up the concept of deviance, and when I say deviance, I mean just someone who deviates from the societal norms, not someone who's a criminal per se.
Right. Yeah.
While criminality is deviant, but just say somebody that's different, that people have to work toward trying to understanding. And so this kind of deviance causes a disruption in their nice little status quo that tends to be a common worldview. I hate to use that word, but the right wing. But it is a worldview, the right wing.
Oh,
you're right.
It's a way of looking at the world.
Brantley, there is chat lag, so yeah, I would have read what he said after that, but it appeared after I'd spoken. So give me a break, okay?
Yeah. You know how the live streams are, Brant. Come on.
The latency here is horrible, and it always is. And
there's about a 30-second gap between what we say and what appears on the side.
Usually, on a good day, yeah.
Also, I just wanted to mention what I was talking about before about where the name came from.
Oh,
so, kind of things always divert off. It's always
they do.
So
the deviate.
Yeah, so what happened was going with the name RC as a girl's name. So let me just explain. So for years I went under that name, and that was fine in a small forum, small corner of the world. And then I had a bit of I used to go to these gatherings, but I had a fallout with a couple of people and just went, okay, I'm not going back to there. And it was effectively I was closeted, but I had these couple of weeks, like twice a year for about 3 or 4 days of freedom where I could express myself publicly. Sorry, not publicly, but within that, we used to hire a retreat out in Ipswich and things like that.
Okay, fine.
So we just get to be who we are.
Yeah.
And then, so I had a disagreement with a couple of people. And okay, I'm not going back there. And so I needed a new avenue to explore, and that's when I started to go out, thanks to sort of help with a friend. And I need a new name because I can't use the name RC because it sounds weird. It's a strange name. Oh, that's an interesting name. Where does that come from? And next thing there was a 5-minute conversation about how it's a Transformer name. It's the only girl Transformer, and I needed a name for this, that, or the other. And it just turns into a story that I've got to tell every single time someone says, "What's your name?" So it's like, okay, I need something a bit more simple. So last summer we had a gorgeous, gorgeous summer in the UK, and I was sat on the balcony wearing a frock and enjoying the weather, but I needed a new name. And in the Dragonlance Chronicles, there's a character called Tennis Half-Elven, and his wife is Lorana. And I thought, oh, that's a really nice name. But but then again, there's that problem of, okay, that's an interesting name. Where's that come from? Another 5-minute conversation. So I just shortened it to Laura.
Sai, sweetie. Hi, how are you? Yay!
Hi, Sai.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody. And sorry, but I know you sent the invite a while ago. Don't think it was ignored.
Oh, no, I know.
Traveling, I just crossed into Virginia and had some very funky cell signal going up and down, and was unable to connect. But hi.
Hello. Oh man, did you get any good any footage at the launch and that sort of thing?
Oh, did indeed. We were the team of 4.
Okay, so all of you were working together.
Yes, that was the goal, that was the plan, and I like seeing that sort of thing anyway, because I mean, those on the logical side of things, we really should be a team, and we are for the most part. It was Red's Rhetoric, Sean Hufford, of course, and Astronomy Live, and they let me tag along.
There you are. Let you pull up the rear.
So everybody there did just it was great.
Beautiful.
And yes, we got some stuff, but anyway, enough about me. What topic am I jumping in on?
Yeah, where were we?
I was just talking about my name.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about names.
Yeah, and
Let me screen share. This is my new header I created.
oh my gosh, it's so
I
cute.
like it.
Oh my, that's nice.
And
Let me,
for those people who don't know, so I don't know how many of you remember Jade West, formerly Amelia Grillis Phyllis.
Not at all.
Jade Turkey Cat, a friend of Fiona Robertson's.
Don't know who that is
thought
either.
You were talking,
Oh, okay.
is she the person who
she? Oh,
is this the lesbian who went alone and lonely for a very long time because she thought her god was not cool with it?
I don't know about that. She was comfortable with her belief system, but yeah, she was interested in dinosaurs and all sorts of science stuff, Anyway, so I told her about me about 3 years ago, and I was reminiscing. So I was kind of sad that my mum doesn't accept this, and I was saying, I wish I had a mum that accepted me for who I am. And she went, "Well, I'll be your mum."
Oh,
And
that was so nice.
she effectively adopted me as a cyber daughter, as it were.
Oh, that is so lovely. I love
And
that.
so, when she died last year, she died last June, and I was just destroyed. I was really, really upset by it.
Yeah, this may be. Yeah, this may be who I was thinking it was, and I just had some of the details wrong.
Yeah. So what happened was there's a document, a PDF document written by some trans women, called Mascara and Hope. And in it says the first thing you need to do as a part of transition is to change your name. Because the gender identity clinic, you have to live for 2 years under your new gender. And the clock starts when you change your name. That's what they consider.
Okay.
You're serious about this now.
Okay.
You go and change your legal name.
So they do want the legal change of name. They don't want you simply using another name in private circles. They want the whole paperwork and everything.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's their marker for you're serious about this now.
Okay, because
so suddenly I needed a middle name. I mean, I can't be a serial killer if I haven't got a middle name.
There you go. There you go.
No, you can't.
Box of Post Toasties found dead,
so
serial
like, okay,
killer.
what name am I going to choose? And I'm looking for names and things like that. And, it's like, okay, well, I know. I'll look up baby names for the year I was born, 1974. And so I'm looking through, and I got Colleen, and Mary, and Sue, and, all those sorts of things. And then suddenly I get to number 54, and it says Jade. And I went, oh my gosh, that's perfect. As many parents or grandparents end up with often children, the middle name is the name of grandparents or parents.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought, oh my gosh, that's perfect. So if you look at my, my header there, you can see how it goes from Jade to White.
So what you're saying is that you're just a little bit jaded.
I love the puns.
Okay, let's do the crickets.
That one was just sitting there all pink and naked. I had to point at it.
Yeah, it was right. It was just sitting there waiting. Wide doors, she just walked through it.
Oh my! I love the story about how you selected your name. Yeah, mine was nowhere near as interesting. It's when I first realized, okay, yeah, I am trans. Damn it! I was talking to people online in a group and that sort of thing, and one of them said, "Look, have you chosen a name yet?" She referred to it as fem name, because that was a term common at the time. And I said, no, I really hadn't, and I hadn't thought about it. Okay, Diana is an association with the Roman goddess of the moon.
Which I love.
Which is in association to my favoriteest birthday gift of all time. Neil and Buzz landed on my 12th birthday.
You know what? That is so beautiful.
That's so fair. The only thing that ever happened on my birthday was Christopher Hitchens dying.
Yeah, I wish some better stuff would have happened.
Right?
And then I've always looked toward Athena, the goddess of wisdom. So, okay, there's my middle name. And, okay, the surname, I knew I was going to have to change that because there were like a dozen people in the entirety of the United States with that name, with my my dead surname. And, were I to put myself out as, Diana Zavartke, man, I'd be clocked in a minute, and the shit would have hit the fan a lot earlier than it did. So
shit just keeps hitting the fan, doesn't it? Just on and on and on.
So of all damn things, I was looking at a map of Pennsylvania, and there it was, Clarion County. I said, hey, that looks good.
That's awesome.
And
what's funny is nobody in my immediate family has the same last name.
All right.
Yeah.
That's got to be interesting.
There's a story, but I don't really want to tell it.
Okay.
I didn't even end up knowing my legal name until I was 27, I think, because my mom had lied to me about my name, like, in the entirety growing up.
What?
Oh my god.
Why?
How the hell does that work?
Well, technically, I have 2 middle names, but she merged the first one with my first name, saying that my legal first name was Casey Ann. And so I went to get a birth certificate, and I fill out, my first name, middle name, or middle initial, last name. And she goes, you have your name wrong on here, right? And I was like, excuse me? The lady's like, yeah, your name is on here wrong. So I looked at the birth certificate, and sure enough, like, the name that I grew up putting on literally everything was wrong.
Well, you'd think like teachers in school would have caught that.
No, she like demanded that they call me Casey Ann growing up.
Why?
Because I was named with her name. Like, the only thing she did was add Casey, and then the rest is her name. So she wanted that, like, put together. I don't know.
Well, but I'm asking about motivation here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Well, you had a rather interesting mother anyway.
Who knows? Yeah.
Now, there's an interesting thing, though, when you say your name was wrong all those years. One of the things I found out not that long before the slimy bastards quit talking to me, she was talking to me on the phone one day, and just out of the blue told me that her name was not Lillian, it was Margaret. And, for years and years and years and years, she had been going by Lillian. That was her middle name. Here, I thought she was Lillian Ann. Turns out she was Margaret Lillian. And the interesting thing about that is it was a rather George Foreman sort of thing, because she had a younger sister named Margaret. The only thing I can think of is that it seems there was a point where the FSB was near death, and that may have been around the time Aunt Marge was born. So my maternal grandmother may have recycled the name, thinking that the older daughter was going to die. What normal person duplicates names within the same thing? What, have 2 kids named Margaret or 6 kids named George or some shit like that?
It's happened in my family. But my family's weird, so don't take them as an example.
Okay.
I really love, the way that trans people choose their names, because unlike everybody else who just gets it assigned from what their parents think at the time, you get to choose your own.
And it means something to you.
I've got this picture, for example, which is my naming day.
Okay, let me...
so this was the day that
so
I actually
pretty.
picked my name.
There we go.
And...
I'm sorry, excuse me, Diana. Can you read the group chat in Google Hangouts, please?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Laura. Go ahead, sweetheart. It's just...
Where do you want me to start, hon?
Try starts off the conversation.
Yeah.
Who? What? Where? When?
Yeah, right after Strike joined the chat, like, in the Hangouts. I'm so sorry, Laura, but I'm starting to get a little bit irritated. Go ahead, sweetie, though.
So when it came to changing my name, there was in the UK, it is super easy to change your name.
Yeah, you guys have it
because there's no central register of names. I don't need permission from the government, like a marriage license or something, to change my name. No, I just choose to change it. And so,
Okay.
and all that happens is that, to make it legal, I write a document. I don't have to go to a lawyer to do it. I mean, you can, but, I don't have to. And all you need to do is you basically write a piece of paper and you say, I, new name, I'm relinquishing my old name and will always use the new name for legal documents, etc., etc., etc.
Wow.
And then you get, you have 4 signatures. You sign your new name, you sign away your old name, and you get a couple of people to witness it for you, and that's it. And then I took it. Well, I then took it to the bank and to the doctors and to my landlord, etc., etc., etc. Anybody who holds documents on me, to say, here's my new name. Please change your records accordingly.
Okay, I have the idea of what you're talking about now. I caught a thing that Snarky was saying. God, you guys have it so easy. The reason it took me so long to change my name, I chose my name, Diana Athena Clarion, in 1997. I got it legally changed in 2016. And what kept me from doing it right away was I didn't think I had the money to do it, because I was talking to an attorney, and she said, yeah, sure, I'll do it for you for $1,200. And it's like, okay, it's going to be a long time before I have $1,200.
It's not so much have $1,200; it's a spare $1,200.
Yeah, you got it right there.
Okay, hold on, because I have a lot of trans friends. It happens when you're LGBT.
Mhm.
And I don't know if it's different where you live, but in Seattle, my friends only just went to a judge and said, hey, I'm doing this. Like, there was no lawyer involved whatsoever.
God, you were lucky.
Yeah, in California, if you want your name changed, you basically pay $50, fill out an application that includes like submitting your name change to a newspaper, which nobody pays attention to, and then you're done. You just have
we have that version as well. You can get it done by the I forgot what it is now. But yeah, it costs you about, I think it was about £60, something like that. And then they put it in the London Gazette, and that's it.
Okay.
So you pay the admin costs and they'll post something in the London Gazette, it costs you £60. It's like, yeah, I don't need to do that. There's a second way of doing it that requires me to just write my own document and say, oi. Now, what happened for me? So, one of my closest friends is Fiona Robertson, and she lives in Scotland. And so I asked her if she would be my first witness. And I've got another friend in Manchester called Wednesday. Her real name is Wednesday.
Oh my! It wouldn't happen to do have anything to do with Charles Adams, now, would it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my first.
She was born on a Wednesday.
Okay.
Huh. So what happened was, the original idea was, okay, I wrote my document and I sent it off to Fiona to sign. I got her to sign 5 of them, and then she mailed them back to me. And then I went to see my friend Wednesday to be the second witness. And over the internet. The day before I was going to go to see Wednesday, over the internet, I got Fiona to witness me signing my new name. And then the next day, the plan was to go to Manchester, where Wednesday would watch me sign my sign away my old name, and then she would sign hers, and there you go, it becomes official. Unfortunately, when I got there, she looked at it and she went, I can't sign this. I'm like, why not? She said, well, there's 2 things. The first one is that that's not the date that's here, isn't today's date. And I said, well, yeah, I backdated it to my birthday because that was, it was only a couple of weeks ago. And she went, no, you can't do that. It's got to be, the signature has to be on the same day that is written on the form. And also, it says Fiona and Wednesday. So you'd have to get Fiona to come down here for us to sign it together. And it's like, oh. So basically, I left the place really despondent, and she said, like, okay, look, give me a copy of that. I'll rewrite it for you, and come back tomorrow, and we'll do it then.
Okay.
And so the following day, which was this day, it was like, okay, so I got a bit of a problem because I really wanted Fiona to be a part of it, and so when back in September, I went to San Francisco, and 30 of us got on a whale watching boat, and we put Jade's ashes in the sea. And as a part of it, Fiona made these little clay cats. It's basically a little ball about the size of your thumb, maybe your finger, last knuckle on your finger. But this little thing with like a sleeping cat made out of jade clay. And they were just these jade cats, and she gave them away. And so I had one, and so I made sure when I went, I had that in my pocket. And then my fingernails, which you can't quite see in this picture, but I'll try and zoom in a bit. I've got them painted like jade gems.
Oh my!
And then the lipstick I'm wearing is one that a friend gave me. And then so it was signed. Yeah, so we did all the signing, and the other person was some secretary, which felt rather impersonal, but who cares? It's official now, kind of thing. And so I left that place with walked into the cold January air with a warm glow in my heart, and I had an appointment at a makeup place at Boots. It's like a cosmetics. They sell cosmetics and other things. And so I had a little makeup session thing there. And she says, because she knew about this, she said, so, did you change it? I said, yes. She said, how do you feel? And I'm like, and I couldn't find the words. I was kind of overcome. Because, unlike, the previous day, as well as being really disappointed, and for weeks and months before that, I'd been saying my name was Laura since August, but my name wasn't actually Laura. Imagine if I was in a car and I got stopped by the cops, even though I was dressed up like this, if they'd have said, "What's your name?" I would have had to give them the guy name. But this day that this picture was taken, it was my real name. It wasn't a pseudonym anymore. It was my real name. My actual identity is wrapped around that. Does that make sense?
That does indeed. Yeah. Thank you, Tria, for mentioning something here. I'd had screens in front of the watch page here on YouTube, and if I have this correctly, this seems to be something of a discussion about when someone might change language to accommodate a person who happens to be trans.
Right.
Yeah, that sort of thing. And I put it over in the side chat here, and I do want you to understand, Smitty. Some of us cannot easily do the things that you're suggesting for various reasons. I mean, for example, with me, money is a big thing. There are some things I have not yet been able to do, and it's money that prevents me. Other people, it's the station that they are in. They stand to lose a great deal if they move too quickly. And this is the position, again, I was in, say, 15 years ago, or especially when I was a lot younger. But we're still who we know ourselves to be. And to be addressed in a way that's not congruent with that is, how do I want to put it? Disvalidating? Does somebody have a word that's better than that?
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the whole thing is there are things going on that you may not know about, and you've got to be ready to understand that those things are going on. I hope that makes sense.
Does to me.
Well, I have a Friday night game group. Like a bunch of us just go to a coffee shop or whatever. And I think I've told this before, like a couple of weeks ago. But there was someone in one of the games, and I'm pretty sure she was cis. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure. And even if she wasn't a lesbian, let's face it, she was kind of butch. And someone else in the game kept saying he. And she kept correcting him and saying she, and he just didn't get it. And I don't know if it's just because I thought she was kind of hot, but I was starting to get more annoyed with him than I think she was, because she seemed embarrassed. I wanted to punch him. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would have wanted to say to that person, look, she's just told you for the 4th time she's corrected you multiple times. Can you please try and get it in your head that she wants to be called she?
Yeah, and some people do it like in a snide way.
Oh yeah.
Like it's as if, oh my God, I'm minorly inconvenienced, so let me be an asshole. And it's like, no, you have to respect my existence. Like, I'm a normal human being.
I have a wonderful. I might as well leave this up so you can see a face rather than just a wow. That's my latest picture, by the way, a couple of weeks ago now.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Let's see what we can do with that. Oh my word! Oh my, how lovely!
Laura, you are absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. That's really nice.
Okay, wait. I was already presenting. For some reason, I thought I had stopped presenting. No.
And I love that color too. That's like my favorite color.
And the color doesn't come out quite as bright as it is. It's actually quite a bright emerald green, so it looks a bit muted.
Okay, now is that green with white, or is that no? Is that green with gray or pink
this
with
is
white?
Off-white with some brown and sort of the top.
Well, that's
it's almost like dark leaves. Think of like a dark salad kind of green.
Well, that was a takeoff on a. When did that post appear, Kate? Was it today or was it yesterday? The pair of shoes.
Oh well, I first saw it yesterday.
Okay, that's got to be when I saw
or
it.
Are you talking about my refutation of the people who were seeing the wrong colors?
Well, your refutation was today,
was
wasn't
last
it?
night.
Oh, it was last night. Okay.
Yeah. For those who don't have the context, there's like this pair of shoes, and it says like if you're left brain dominant, I think it's left brain, maybe it's right brain dominant, you'll see green and gray, and if you're the other side, you'll see like pink and white or something.
Yeah, I think
I decided to go into Photoshop and do color samples and actually see where on the spectrum those colors were. And it is mint green and gray. So if you don't think that, screw y'all, I'm right. There's only one right answer. I can never scientifically, so bite me. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there's the thing, though, with the work that his name Edward Land did a lot of years ago on color perception. Yeah, what you see is not necessarily what you get.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to computers. The monitor, the camera, like they all affect how the color comes out.
It was a lot like
you
that.
You don't have to keep presenting me, by the way.
Do you see gold and white on the dress with the stripes? It was kind of like Laurel or Yanny kind of thing. I mean, those have been going around for a while, where people see
Oh,
or
yeah.
hear different things. So it was
There
like
we
that.
go.
You remember that Twitter war that started over the over the dress? Like, oh my god.
Oh my word! Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was another thing where I took Photoshop and did the samples, and it was gold and white, despite what people saw. But then people did another shot of the dress, and it was like black and blue. And I'm going, what the hell? It's just
Edwin.
like,
Okay.
so I don't know.
I can't remember what the answer was in the end, because it only works on how your brain works when looking at a computer screen as opposed to in real world. If it was a real dress in front of you, you would see it as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can take things too far, Smitty. Really. You're starting to get on everybody's nerves.
Yeah, dude, just stop it.
And I say that generously because you've been on everybody's nerves for quite a while.
Yeah.
If you'd like to stick around, please be a bit nicer.
Yeah, and please stop going to every live stream and starting shit in every chat. I don't like that. Yeah, and I'm not going to respond kindly to that. I am going to use some strong words.
Wait a minute. If you're about to say thank you, I was just about to do that.
Thank you.
I was tempted.
Yeah, when that last comment
honestly,
came up,
I was gonna put him in timeout, but then I was like, am I overstepping my authority? Sure, I have a wrench, but should it be my decision?
Well,
I cannot believe.
Well, remember
you
you threw Darth Dawkins out of the room.
Well, yeah, but that was Darth Dawkins. What are you gonna do with that guy?
You have to get rid of him. That's just what you have to do.
That guy really hated me. Oh gosh, you won't believe how much he hated me. I think the reason is because there's a discussion between me and him on the Darwin's Greatest Hits channel.
Oh, is Maddie here?
Yeah, Maddie's here.
Hi, sweetness.
Maddie's in here.
I want an answer. I want an honest answer here, so I know how to handle myself in future. Was I too generous?
With Smitty, I think you were, but I think it's partially because the rest of us have kind of seen what he's done in other chats.
Yeah.
It seems like when Snarky comes on, he decides to be an asshole.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. What's he got against you, Snarky?
I called him out for using the N word repeatedly in Maddie's old channel.
Oh, for the love of St. Kulik.
In the comments section, he and some other skeptic.
Yeah, and if he hadn't had a spanner, Diana, I would have kicked him out half an hour ago.
Yeah, and not only did he use the N-word, but he was asked to stop and he refused because my free speech or some shit. I don't know. But
well, he was just like, I'm not doing anything. All I'm doing is disagreeing with you. And I'm like, you're being an ass. You're just breathe and chill. Like you're still doing that.
Apparently
you said something that I'm sorry, it I don't want to use the word triggers, but it does.
Go ahead and use it if it fits.
People don't get what the hell it means when they're saying free speech. Free speech doesn't just mean free reign to say whatever the fuck you like.
Right.
Free speech is
free speech, not freedom from
thing. I mean, it's basically saying the government cannot censor you, but private citizens fucking well can.
Absolutely. You can have free speech, but it doesn't mean say you're free from the consequences of that speech.
Yeah, and you certainly don't have freedom to yell in my ear every freaking place I go.
And I mean, correct me if you think I'm wrong when I say this. I view free speech not as a right, but a responsibility. It is not the right to say whatever the hell I want. It is the responsibility to hear someone out within reason, even if what they say is completely abhorrent to me. But then there does come a point where it's just gone too far, like with Smitty over here.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it's like, bye-bye.
Or if someone's like rabidly pro Shatner or something, that
yeah.
Well, and that's why I said if he'd had a spanner, I would have been like, because that's what I said in Hangouts. I said, look, if I had the ability to throw him out, I would, and then I would explain to Diana later why.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you have to understand, I have a tendency to get highly annoyed, but because I know that, I wait for signals from other people. And
Right.
if the signals that I'm getting from everybody else correlates kind of with mine, that's when I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not just being easily annoyed at this point.
Yeah, one of the things that's okay, and I admit this is a problem with me. I tend to not be trigger happy. I tend to be the opposite. Because it comes from the way I grew up, where I shy away from conflict. Conflict actually scares me. I lost my temper at someone not too long ago, and it had me in tears for quite a while. It's that sort of thing. So I should learn how to do something differently about this, and maybe if someone knows a good way to work on it, then I will.
Well, you
To
can
work
work on
on.
being assertive, and it doesn't mean you have to be an asshole. You can just be like, okay, these are my boundaries, they're clear, and stick to those boundaries. You don't have to, be mean or rude to people. I just think that you need to be more assertive.
Although sometimes it's very cathartic to just unload on someone's ass. I gotta say, that can be fun.
Yeah,
And
like
in its own way, yeah, I kind of did that on a social services person a little while ago, and in a way it felt good, and then in a way it felt horrible because I lost my temper, and I don't do that.
Well, and one thing I've noticed, and maybe this is just me being a jerk, but if something goes wrong with Amazon and you yell loud enough, they give you free shit.
Oh,
seriously, the number of times when they've like either delivered something late or whatever, and I've called them up and I try to deal with them reasonably and it doesn't work, and finally I just start yelling at them. They go, okay, here's a $20 gift certificate and we'll get the item to you right away.
Nice.
Thank you, Casey.
Or unluckily, I've never really had that problem, so I've never gotten free shit because of that.
They lose things that I've ordered all the time. I don't know what it is, but I mean, in a way, it works out to my benefit. It's still annoying, but hey, silver linings and all that.
Yeah,
I had a horrible, the opposite version. Well, similar version, but different. Okay, so I get my groceries delivered. I have agoraphobia, so I don't like going out much. So I put in an order, and they put my load across 2 vehicles. So I had to wait for another hour and a half to get the second half of my order. But whatever, mistakes happen. That's okay. I can understand that one. However, when I was unpacking everything, it's like, oh, where'd the carrots go? There's no carrots. I check and make sure that I ordered carrots, and sure enough, I had. So I phoned up their, phone number, and of course, it's outsourced to India. So, so some lady with an Indian accent, she asked me for my order number and my name, and I told her my name was Laura, and she said, "Okay, sir, how can I help?"
Oh.
And I said, and being kind of called sir kind of really upsets me. It kind of triggers the gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
A bit of a kick in the gut. So I said, sorry, my name is Laura. And she said, are you sure that's your name? Laura's a girl's name, and you sound like a man.
Are you sure that's your name? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, are you sure that's your name? That's a girl's name, and you sound like a man.
Oh my
and then
God.
I had to explain that I was transgender. She was apologetic and professional after that.
But the whole thing is that's kind of I'll say ignorant because it can be cured by learning something. But you don't ask anybody else or most other people, are you sure that's your name? Kate, are you sure that's your name?
Right.
I've run into that thing too with okay, could I have your name please? And my name is Diana. oh, okay, sir. And then we'll do, it's like, didn't I just tell you my name was Diana? So yeah, I kind of know how that
Yeah.
feels, and it's.
I'll be. I mean, I saw something on Twitter yesterday where there was a news article from Dundee saying that there'd been seven trans hate things happen that year. And the previous year there'd been none. And it's like, come on, that's not true. That's not true. That there's been 7 that have been reported this year.
Yes.
Exactly.
No, Spooky, it was Asda.
Between what's reported and what actually happens.
Yeah, I mean, I've probably had 6 this year since I came out in this,
Oh my
December.
God.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, look, most of them have been, someone sort of, nudges their friend and kind of does that. Look, I think it's Guy, that kind of thing. There was one last week where some chavvy family, trailer trash will be the American equivalent.
Okay.
Says, "Oh, there's another lady man."
Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick.
That's just. I don't understand.
A couple of weeks ago, I was riding my bicycle, and there's some lads about like 18 to 20, kind of an age. And they're like, "All right, darling," and all that, basically, laughing and cackling, and then the first one, which actually reported to the police, I bought a new bicycle, and it's a really cute one. Let me show you.
All right.
Show you what it looked like.
I think you might have been talking about this last week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I love your helmet.
I painted it. It's actually blue. I'm trying to find a helmet big enough in a lady's color is really difficult.
Oh,
Yeah.
you did a great job.
But anyway, so I was wearing that. I deliberately wore pink because it was the first photo chance I was going to take. And
what's that on?
And I didn't deliberately go out of my way to buy a pink bike. I really didn't.
Okay. I'm just curious as to what's on the helmet. Is that lighting?
Oh yeah, I've got
looks like a camera.
I've got a video
in the middle
camera
anyway.
And 2 lights there. I've got another light on the back as well.
All right.
Having the lights on the helmet mean that wherever I look, the lights are shining.
Yeah, that sounds like a nice idea.
If you imagine you're in a car and you're coming at me this direction, there's a light pointing forwards. What are you actually going to see in terms of light? A little tiny speck. Whereas with this, wherever I look, the lights are shining. It reduced my Smidsy count no end. That's Smidsy being, sorry, mate, I didn't see you.
I see what you're saying, Snarky. Okay.
Yeah. So what happened was I was riding off to the park to take these photos, and I'd had the bike for 5 days and hadn't been able to take any pictures of me with my new bike because it had rained every day since. So it was the first day when it wasn't raining all day. So it's like, okay, now I'm going to do it. So I went up there, and I'm going up a hill, stop at the traffic lights, and as I was going up the hill, I saw a car come down the hill a little bit quick. And next thing you know, they're behind me, beeping their horn at me. And, I turned like, what are you beeping for? And they're like, jeering at me through the window. And unfortunately, and this is kind of goes back to what you were talking about a minute ago, how do you deal with someone? Now, as a guy, if someone behaved awfully, then I would just give them back what they give me. So if someone's being loud and aggressive, I can give them loud and aggressive back. Mm-hmm. But of course, now I'm living as a female. That really doesn't look good.
Right.
How do I find a new passive-aggressive way of doing it? And unfortunately, having someone aggressive, my guy instincts, as it were, kicked in, as they always had done, and had served me okay in the past. And I just gave them the finger and then just turned around and ignored them.
Okay, fine. That would work.
But, it just got me thinking, that's really not what I want. I don't want to be like that. I want to be much nicer. It kind of reminds me of a Robin Williams joke that a woman wouldn't create a nuclear weapon. He was talking about having a woman president. There'd never be any wars, just 28 days. There's some intense negotiations. and
You've never met some of my exes. There would be war.
Oh yeah.
But he said, like, a woman wouldn't create a nuclear weapon. She'd never create a weapon that would kill you. She'd create a weapon that make you feel bad for a while. And it just sort of got me thinking, why would I want to revert back to the kind of aggressive guy mentality when I can be much nicer?
I don't know.
See, like, for me, I've always been this kind of aggressive person. And I guess that's why so many people react oddly to me, because I behave in such a way. I really, like, honestly, I think these roles and these guidelines are kind of, well, for one, they're arbitrary, and two, I don't know that they matter as much as we give them credit,
I think the thing to bear in mind, though, is that, when I've reacted negatively back, when I've given them what they've given me, the attitude I've had is, oh, that's not very ladylike, is it?
Yeah, you need to smile more, and
I need to be much calmer and nicer, and that's how you fix it.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, do you have to be ladylike? I mean, be Tank Girl.
Just be you. Like, you don't have to be any damn way. Like, I don't know.
I know that, but it is that there is that. I actually don't want to be an aggressive person. I mean, one of the things that I'm brand new in this transition. It's literally been since December that I went to my doctors and asked him to refer me to a gender identity clinic.
Okay, fine.
So I have no hormones, and that's not going to be the case for about 2 years yet, until I get them in my hands. Because there's an 18-month waiting list for the first appointment at the gender identity clinic, which puts it May, June next year. And then there's another year after that for the second appointment, at which time hopefully I should get hormones.
Now,
when I get, can I just finish though?
Sure.
When I get the hormones, the testosterone will drop. Hopefully, maybe that will stop the testosterone triggering the aggression, the guyness.
It might well. It might well.
I'm sure it will.
So hopefully it will kind of address itself in the fullness of time.
It might also send you through the ceiling in euphoria, because there was a period when I went on the estrogen and the anti-androgen separately. My doctor started me on the estrogen first, and then the spironolactone a few months later, and took a while to adjust the doses and get them into the therapeutic range and everything.
Yeah.
When the anti-androgen, when the Spiro got into the therapeutic range, oh my word, did I ever feel a euphoria that got...
Really?
It got kind of... caused a little bit of trouble for a while there. I mean, I actually passed out at one point.
Oh,
I was flying so high.
What's the anti-androgen again? Androgen, sorry.
Spironolactone.
Yeah, but what does it do? What does that?
That counteracts the testosterone.
Oh, right. Okay, testosterone blocker.
It occupies the receptors for testosterone, and that way it's not working and everything. And you go on that until you get your nuts cut off, and I haven't been able to afford that yet either.
Oh gosh, I actually made myself sick watching a transgender surgery video, and the thing that's funny about it is I had to stop it about 2/3 of the way through because I was starting to feel green.
Right.
And I think I know the reason why. I've watched videos of height bypass surgery and stuff like that, and that's fine. But I think watching that one, and there was no blood or knives or skin or flesh or anything. It was a computer animated video, It was just showing about this is what gets done in a computer animation. And yet I felt sick with that. And I think the difference is that when I saw the heart bypass stuff, it was like, that's someone who's having heart bypass surgery. Whereas when I was looking at this other one, suddenly it's a bit more personal. It's like, yeah, this is hopefully going to be me. And that kind of like, it's like just the cringe factor of watching them slice something is like, oh, I know how that feels down there, let alone having someone attack it with a knife.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I haven't had difficulty in watching surgical procedures. I'm lucky in that sense. As a matter of fact, when I had cranial surgery at the age of 18, I wanted to watch.
Yeah.
And my doctor told me, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, when I had my brain surgery, it would have been really unremarkable to watch because they're not opening my skull or anything. They used a drill, a really small drill. They didn't even have to shave part of my head. So that would have been 8 hours of, get on with it. But honestly, I could not watch any surgery that, like, I don't know how to explain it exactly, but the human body, in fact, the internal bits of any living creature that's not a plant, is just a horror show. There's something about it that just makes me go, no. There's like all these like twists and folds and just like weird organic bits that just make me go, ugh. It was kind of like very recently, there was a sort of image of a human breast, the inside of a woman's tit, and it is one of the creepiest things you will ever see. It looks like something that wants to jump on your face and eat you.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm gonna have to go because the mower is gonna be really loud. But thank you for having me on your stream.
Oh, it is my immense pleasure. Thank you for being here.
Of course, it's always a pleasure.
Have a good day, Snarky.
And we always dearly love you, Snarky. So
I love y'all too. Thanks
yay!
Nice to meet you.
You too, hon. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Take care, honey.
I got to tell you a pair of stories that is kind of funny. So, I've had a couple of people who, the evangelical types, who really don't like the idea of me transitioning. In fact, there's kind of three in a way. But anyway, so one of them, I forgot what his name is now. But anyway, we were in a live chat. We were in a hangout, not a hangout, a Discord thing. And he was being kind of quite aggressive with people. And then, he decided to turn on me. And he said, so when you have your testicles removed, will you be like donating them? And I said, well, since I forgot what it was now, but I basically said, I suppose I could do. Since you haven't got any, would you like mine? Because he was being a bit of a wuss in demonstrating why he believed something.
Oh, like someone we've just.
And then the second one, and this was my favorite one. So there's a guy around called Jesus is Lord. I don't know if any of you have come across him.
That name sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah. So he's a walking contradiction. This is on when G Plus was still around, and we're only talking about the end of last year. So he's an example. He's a black chap who works. He says he's a school teacher, which I don't know. Everyone sort of says, it doesn't sound right because the guy can't spell and he doesn't seem to understand basic concepts. So it just suggests that he's not he's not a smart person.
Well, he could be a school teacher in the deep south of the U.S., but
he's in New York. He's in the New York area. Okay, anyway, so he made a post saying, liberal education standards is the reason why some kid in my class couldn't spell his own name for an exam. Now, let's forget about the fact that, an exam is kind of stressful and maybe someone just typoed because they were thinking about the exam. you know. But anyway, so I basically said it. I left a comment saying, "You don't seem to be able to spell that, know the difference between your, and your, there, and there. What's your excuse?" At which point he just kind of, well, that doesn't matter because he was just making loads of excuses, and it was just funny. Then there was another example where he said he was in favor of free trade capitalism, but also in favor of Donald Trump's trade tariffs.
Wait a minute.
Trade tariffs, it's not free trade anymore, and he couldn't understand or accept that he was wrong. But my absolute favorite one is when I came out, he tried. So he blocks all the women. So any of the women here right now would be blocked. Because in his head, if he blocks all the women, he can't be nasty to them because he can't see them.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Now I know who you're
basically
talking.
Says is you shouldn't be nasty to women. So if I block them all, I can't be nasty to them.
Now I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So when I came out, he said, "You're a man and you're not a woman, and I will not accept you as a woman." And then he promptly blocked me exactly the same as he does all the women.
Yeah, that's really good. It's you're a man, so I'm going to treat you like a woman. Okay, fine.
I feel like somebody should sit him down and be like, "Listen, we need to think out logical processes here. So let's start from the beginning. 1 + 1.
Let's start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start." Doing my little Julie Andrews here.
Sorry, I don't want this to sound like shameless self-promotion, but I am right now 4 subscribers away from 24,000.
What?
Oh my, that's
Awesome.
That's better than the last post of yours that I saw because you were 8 away.
Yeah, well, and then for a little while there, I was 9 away again, and then 4 away, and then 5 away. I don't know what the hell is up with my numbers, but egad.
Well, what I could do is, I can't do it right now because I'm in the midst of broadcasting, but I suppose that at some point I could get out of this account and into the cookbook.
No. I don't want sub accounts. I don't want like fake accounts.
I'm just giving you
numbers. I want real people.
I'm giving you a hard time.
Okay. Well, I mean, you want to talk about being given a hard time. You've heard about the whole thing that happened where YouTube demonetized one of my videos because the word lesbian was in the
Yes,
tags,
I
right?
saw that, and it's like, what the hell is going on here?
I still have not heard back from the ACLU.
So you did get hold of them. Okay, good.
I did try. It turns out that if you send them an email, nothing will happen. But if you call them on the phone, they will send you a form letter that you send back to them describing your situation, and maybe they will do something about it if they care. So I don't know if anything's going to come of it, which honestly makes me a little disappointed. I mean, I did not manufacture this controversy. That's YouTube's shit. But this is the kind of thing that can get a person on the news and get them weapons grade popularity. I was really hoping it would boost my sub numbers, and it hasn't done squat. So, oh well, what you gonna do?
I'll have to work on
I
that.
I don't do this for the subs. I managed to get about 50 or 80, something like that, out of G-Man. Because he went on a monster rage, and Doc dropped, and threatened people with violence, and so I made a video of the footage because I recorded it live, and someone else recorded the other part. And I managed to capture the entire thing, and then I went through it and put doxings. I put a list, so every time he would threaten someone, I'd have it on the list. In the corner, it had like, threats of violence and doxing. And it was, I think it was something like 137 threats, 15 threats of violence, and 10 doxings. No, 10 doxings
Wow.
and 15 doxings and 10 threats of violence.
Well,
Well,
something.
I for a really long time just and I still do it actually, refuse to acknowledge G-Man's existence. Not because of anything like that he's really like any of his stances or anything. It's just for about a year he was obsessed with me. He was all come and debate me, come and debate me, come and debate me. And like what amused the hell out of me was
Hang on, Mark.
if I did not even act like he existed, if I said nothing to him at all and said nothing to anybody about him, it drove him even more nuts.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so I was having so much fun with that crap. And but I mean, if he's gonna pull that shit on other people, I mean, maybe it's an attention grab, but it might be fun to like needle him a little. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, personally, if you dox people deliberately and premeditatedly, if you go and do that, then you become Brett Keane, who needs to be sent off to the toxic wasteland. It needs to be sent off to the toxic wasteland in obscurity where nobody goes.
And I'm trying to remember.
I don't know how true this is, but I remember hearing that. I mean, because Brett Keane apparently used to be an outspoken atheist on YouTube. And then I guess he saw something where like, oh, well, my numbers will be up if I advocate for Christianity. So I'm going to be a Christian now. Like he did.
It's not quite that.
Okay.
What actually happened was that he did some e-begging, and he found out, he noticed that the Christians paid better.
Okay.
And so he basically decided that he was going to go as a theist, but he wouldn't really describe it for a while. And, because effectively the atheists were smart enough to realize that when he did his bout of e-begging that time, that the amount that he needed was exactly the same as the amount of money, things that he wanted in his Amazon wish list.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
And there's evidence for that on the internet. I think it's probably still there.
Okay, Casey, you just beat me.
Like part of why I've been saying like a lot of thank yous to people when they send me stuff on my Amazon wish list is it's kind of a feedback loop where someone went, "Ooh, I want my name mentioned. I'll buy you this thing," right? And I mean, I realized that. I mean, on the one hand, it's good to say thank you, but on the other hand, gimme. I don't know. But I mean, obviously no one owes me jack shit. So the fact that they do it is flattering as hell. Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to change my religious views to get dough. I'm not going to do that.
Now, okay. Anybody listening out there, could you send me a GRS surgery gift certificate? Okay, can you do that through Amazon?
If I were a rich gal,
Oh man, yeah.
I would be sending everybody everything and then not be rich anymore because I'd be like, well, all my friends taken care of,
right?
And I bought myself shinies, and now I'm broke.
Well, you'd be surprised some of the things you can find on Amazon. I somehow doubt surgery gift certificates are on the list, but there have been times where I'm like, oh my gosh, you can buy that?
Right.
I don't know. So
yeah, there are a few things you can get on. Well, there are a few things I have got on Amazon that I'm not going to talk about right now.
I'm surprised they're not selling like cannabis yet.
Oh, they'll get there.
I mean, here in San Diego, there is actually a service called Ease, where it's basically Lyft or Uber for pot. Like you give them your name and like your order and your credit card, and they say, okay, give us 15 minutes, and someone will drive weed straight to your house.
Okay, that needs to be
15 minutes. They will deliver.
The funny thing about it is that people have been doing that for years and years and years. It's just it wasn't legal.
Well, yeah, and I mean technically it's still like a federal crime, but it's illegal or it's legal in California. So that's a bit of a gray area there. Like can they arrest you for doing something that's legal in your state, but apparently not in the country? I don't understand how that works.
Oh, by the way, Kate, that may be down to 3 subscribers short now.
Yeah.
2 actually.
Oh, 2. Well, I'm one of them.
Awesome.
Yay! Thank you very much.
Yeah, it sounds like they need a partner
Even
with Uber
on the-
Eats.
Yeah.
Uber
There we go.
Munchies.
Yes.
You start off
It's
with that, and then you
noon.
get the Uber Eats afterwards.
It's almost noon here in my neck of the woods. I haven't had breakfast, and my parents are coming to visit in about 2.5 hours, and I need to clean the apartment. So I'm going to make like a baby and head out. I will catch you evil geniuses later.
Well,
Have
thank
a
you
good
for
night.
coming by, Kate. I always love having you here, and what can I tell you?
I don't know.
I could tell you a lot, but most of it you don't want to hear.
All right. Bye-bye.
Take care, sweetness.
Okay.
I did have a nice thing happen a few weeks ago now. So I got rid of all my guy clothes a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, are you burning them?
I burned a few.
Nice.
Yeah. I took a small pile, a couple of t-shirts, a couple of sweaters, and a couple of pairs of trousers, and a pair of undies and a sock. I just picked up a whole bunch of things and stuck them in a bag. Just one sock happened to be in there. But everything else I gave to charity. We have these bins that they go off to Africa or something, or
Very cool.
people in need. And that dress I'm wearing there, that's a early mid 80s Laura Ashley sailor dress.
Oh.
Nice.
It's the kind of thing that Diana would have worn, not you, Diana, but Princess Diana would have worn before she married Prince Charles.
Oh, very cool.
Okay, that's the one thing. I don't know. I'm getting more and more accustomed to it as time goes on, and okay, maybe I don't want to, but maybe I should. That sort of thing. A lot of people want to call me Di, and for a long time it grated on my nerves. Because
I'm not surprised if someone says it twice; they sound like they're threatening you.
Yeah, die. Because I really wasn't all that keen on being associated with Diana Spencer, but yeah, in some ways I share Christopher Hitchens' view, but maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. I don't know. I look at a lot of things the wrong way, or at least that's what I'm told. Okay, wait, Robert X. A friend of yours did it 2 years ago, and you doubt if she makes more money than I do.
Yeah, I think it is cheaper in Europe.
Yeah, that might be interesting if I could just get out there. I make about $1,100 per month, and at the end of the month, I have, I don't know, maybe $3 or $4 left.
Right. Yeah, same here. Mine's around 800.
Okay, here we go. Jen says in 90, it was approximately 9,000 for the bottom, 2,500 for the top. Electrolysis depends on your needs. Yeah. Okay, you had only facial. All your body hair disappeared post-surgery. Yeah, that's the interesting thing I noticed. My body hair did not totally disappear, but my God, it almost did.
Oh, really?
And I don't know. That may be, having been on estrogen and spironolactone for 10 years, it could be me getting old. I'm nearly 62. Could be a combination.
That's about the age of my surrogate mom, and she's noticed that she barely has hair anymore, so.
Yeah, because, I can get away with gym shorts in the gym, even though I haven't, shaved the legs in months. I know that the little hairlets are there, but, God, you can barely see them. Now, I will grab the bottle of Nair and, take care of that because it's shorts weather, so I definitely want, to be set up for that.
I'm doing mine every 3 weeks.
Now, I mean, sure, the electrolysis thing, yeah, I see. I know of some girls who have spent more on electrolysis than on everything else combined.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
But of
Yep.
course, they look more like Robin Williams than they do like, Sophia Loren or, something like that. Um, and that would have been my problem a while back, but, things are, I guess, gonna. Yeah, sometimes I thought of it. Um,
Oh, did you see what
Jen.
Jen?
I just saw what Jen said. Yeah,
Oh, I didn't.
I would have to think twice about Minnesota because there's one problem with Minnesota. It's cold.
Oh yeah,
Yep. Just
I
like
can't take the cold.
And one of the things that happened to me this last time I was homeless. Yeah, I've been homeless 3 times. Um, the last time I was technically homeless. I was living in the bombed out shell of a house. No indoor plumbing, no effective heat. Now, over 2 winters, 2 of the worst winters I have seen in the 31 years I've lived here in Pittsburgh. Where you're getting down to -10 Fahrenheit
right.
inside. And it might be a case of PTSD over that because I go into a panic when it gets cold.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't doubt that it would do that.
Yeah, Jen, that's a figure not far off from some I've seen.
Oh
I
wow.
remember some girls telling me 60,
Wow.
Yeah.
but of course they looked like balls of yarn. Now the one thing when I was in Illinois, I went to Illinois to view the total solar eclipse. I stopped in Chicago for 3 days, and I'm heading downtown. I'm on the L, and there's this sign, which is really interesting. I mean, CTA actually has advertising in their buses and on their trains, and you don't see that here in Pittsburgh, but a special price for a boob job was like $3,500 for a saline boob job, and I'm thinking, wait a minute. Can I stick around here for a while and get that, one of these things? But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, my mom got a discount. She decided to get a boob job in her we all of the kids got a phone call one Christmas saying that I'm sorry I can't get you presents. I'm getting a boob job.
Okay.
She was I want to say she was 51 or 52 when she had that done.
Alrighty.
But and we were just like, okay, mom, like yeah, that's cool. But yeah, she works in the medical field and she worked for a surgeon. So she got a discount. She only spent $3,000 on it.
What, you get it at cost or something?
My brother kept making jokes like that. He was like, "Well, mom, I hope surgery is that good for you. You're only spending $3,000, so I don't know what are they putting in those." And I'm just like, "Oh Lord, he kept making jokes about them inflating them with air and stuff." I'm like, fire.
And the one thing about that, though, that really got me is that once installed, the tits have a lifespan.
Yes.
You
after like 10.
Yeah, you got them replaced after about 10 years. So, if you're 25 when you get that first boob job, you're looking at how many replacements out into the future.
Right.
And you got to be ready with the money for it or the insurance for it, or no insurance. A lot of it wouldn't even cover that, right? Because it's considered cosmetic.
Elective. Yeah, it's an elective surgery.
Yep.
Now, somebody like me, okay, I'm in like Flint. I get a boob job now. I'm probably not going to make it to 72. So, it's we don't have to worry about the replacements. But still,
It's kind of sad that you think you won't make it beyond 72.
well, okay, we got a couple things going. I mean, number one, my kidneys are falling out. And number two, I really didn't take that good care of myself when I was younger. Um, for example, one of my cousins drank himself to death. He died at, let me think, 52 or 53. It basically fried his liver.
Yeah.
Now, I wasn't as heavy a drinker as he was, but in my younger days, I could put it down. And oh my, I've been a hell of a heavy smoker for 49 years. That's 4-9er. Yeah, it was only this past August that I quit, and I had started when I was 12. So yeah, I've done things to my lifespan. So if I make it to 72, I'm gonna be sitting there saying, "How the hell did that happen?"
Personally, I hope I go to live on to be an old lady. I'm 45 now. I don't smoke. I've never really drunk very much either. I've only ever been drunk once in my life, and I was 9.
Oh my!
I want the story behind that.
Okay. What happened was 1983. We went on holiday to Spain, and these were in the days where, in the UK at least, they trusted children to be able to. I could still go to the shop and buy cigarettes for my mum.
I remember
So
those
we went
days.
on holiday to Spain, and there was like an open bar kind of thing, and my parents treated me to a pina colada, and I thought, oh, this is nice, this is tasty, this is interesting. And so throughout the evening, I went and helped myself to another couple.
Oh,
Whoa!
I didn't know they were alcoholic. I thought they were like a fruity, coconutty drink.
Yeah.
I just had 2 more. Now, I remember being happy that night, but I also have an incredibly vivid memory of the next morning when I felt like a mugwai, as in Gremlins.
Yeah.
Open. I'm like, bright light, bright light. I had a monstrous headache, and I had to spend an extra couple of hours in bed feeling awful while my parents went on and had breakfast and everything. So it's like, yeah, this whole hangover thing, that's not a lot of fun.
You don't want to do
I don't
that.
think I want to do with that anymore. And so my rule is when I start to feel it, that's when I stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the one question I have, though, why is it that everybody goes on holiday to Spain?
Because it's not like Britain where it's cold all the time.
Okay. I was just curious.
That was it.
But I hear a lot of people going on holiday to Spain, and I'm thinking, okay, what do they got?
It's cheap.
That's another good reason.
I kind of have a slight interest in Spain just for the architecture. The buildings are absolutely gorgeous.
Now, I'm gonna say that I've never been to Spain, but I kind of like the music. Say the ladies are insane there, and they sure know how to use it. Oh, for the love of Saint Kulik. Little crickets going there. All right, there
Speaking
we are.
about jokes, when you were talking about Diana,
Yes, dear.
Spencer, I made, I sort of pulled up a photo, and I remember when she weighed 120 tons.
Okay, there you
If you
are.
could just about read the name there, it says Lady Diana Spencer.
All righty.
So,
nice.
Oh man, I tell you, I need to take off the pounds.
oh, did you just call me man? I'm joking.
I don't know. Did I? I'm not sure what I said there.
You just said, "Oh man."
Oh, okay. No, that was
an
just a
expression
general.
rather than calling me man.
No, not calling. It's just your basic expression going on.
I
there.
know. I was joking.
I know. And then you've got what the heck was I thinking? I wasn't thinking at all. That's the problem.
We were talking about Spain, and then the train that was heavy.
What? Oh, that's it. I really need to drop 60. When I was at the gym this morning, I weighed in at 230. And it's kind of annoying when you cannot comfortably bend over to tie your own shoes.
Agreed.
I mean, I remember 185, and God, that felt good. And I'd really like to be there again. But what
I'm heading that way. I've gone in September. I weighed 280 pounds. I'm 6'4", but even then I was obese. And I didn't really like that, but also Jade was quite heavy, and she died at 67, and it just made me think, you know what? Being this heavy, it's going to get harder to get it down. And then, of course, as I started to, decide I was going to transition, Now, I just want to point out that I didn't decide to be trans.
Oh, nobody does.
No.
I decided to transition. I decided, you know what? I'm not gonna keep denying myself what I wanted for as long as I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I was worried about what would my mum say, what would the neighbours say, what would my colleagues say, what would contemporaries say, what would people on the internet say, what would everybody else think or say, as opposed to what I thought was right.
Yeah.
And so I just went, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to do it. But as I said, back in September, I weighed 280 pounds. I now weigh about 234.
Nice, nice.
And I lost 6. I lost 6 kilos in which is like 13 pounds.
A little more than that, isn't it?
In 2 weeks.
Okay, so about a pound a day.
Wow.
Yeah, that was pretty good going.
Yeah. What am I thinking here?
But I'd plateaued for for 6 weeks. So I was losing about 1.5 pounds a week, and then suddenly I kind of flattened off, and then I just went, okay, this is no good, and so I stopped eating as much. And I don't do any exercise though. That's the problem. I need to do more of that.
My problem is that I have to just about swear off food entirely because it seems that my metabolism is so slow that if I eat a hard-boiled egg, I maintain. And if I eat any more than that, I gain. That's part of the reason I went for caffeinated coffee this morning. The other part of the reason was that I was up all freaking night and didn't want to do that. But it makes things really difficult when it comes to losing weight. It makes things very discouraging. And of course, the worst thing I could have done was quit smoking, because 30 pounds right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I smoked. Then I could give up and I'd have more money.
It doesn't work that way. It didn't work that way with me, because I was spending about $30 every 6 weeks. I would buy a pound of tobacco. I smoked a pipe, and I could smoke for about 6 weeks on $30 worth of tobacco. But when I quit, that $30 was going elsewhere, and I really didn't get to see it.
Right.
It's like, okay, what do you have here?
I just Mark Caesar. So I was having salad when I was dropping, and then I stopped having salad for a few weeks because it was like really cold here, and so I started back on them again a couple of weeks ago, and suddenly that's when I lost 6 kilos. So I think I'm going to stay on the salads.
I didn't think about my lady. I know that sounds kind of mean, but me and my old lady had fallen into the same old dull routine, so I wrote to the paper, took out a personal ad. I'm trying to think of where that comes from, Robert.
He's been singing "If You Like Pina Coladas" ever since the.
Oh, that's from that song? Okay.
Not getting drunk at 9.
Nice, clever.
Yeah, the Pina Colada song ends up with him taking out a personal ad and then his wife answering it, and then they go out or something, if I'm remembering the song right.
Yeah, because the song ends up where his wife answers the ad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're 5'9", so am I. All right.
I'm 6'4".
I'm 5'4".
Hi there.
Great.
4'11".
Oh, God, I have to watch that. Yeah, when you get old, you start getting those muscle cramps, and you have to watch the way you move.
You know what I was saying about those 2 car incidences where someone was, transphobic against me.
Okay,
So I
fine.
reported them to the police, and it was classed as a hate crime. So within 4 hours, a police officer came over to visit, and I showed him the footage and everything. He said, "Well, because you gave him the finger, they could say that you encouraged it. So we'll give you we'll have a word with them." And I said, "That's all I want anyway. To remind them of their obligations.
Mm-hmm.
Harassing people for just looking different, that's just out of order. Don't do it." And having a police officer turn up and say things like that can be a kind of reminder. There's and it's on record now as well.
Okay, then.
But I do want to say that when the police officer came over, he was 6'6", and he was quite well built as well. And also with the stab-proof vest and all the Batman gear, hanging off his belt and everything. He looked bigger. He was much bigger than me in that regard. And not only that, I was a victim, and he has the law. He's a police officer, has got authority and stuff. That made me feel really small and vulnerable, which is something I don't get very often.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Normally, I mean, I'm taller than most men, let alone women. So having someone make me feel small is incredibly rare indeed. So that weirdly, that felt cool. That was special. It's one of those special things for me.
Interesting you mentioned, feeling small. One thing I noticed over the years, the way I perceive my height depends greatly on my mood. When I'm what passes for happy, I'm taller.
Yeah.
When I feel like shit, I feel like 4'11". When I'm reasonably happy, I'm my own 5'9", or maybe 5'11", something like that. But it's interesting how that works. The self-perception. Yeah, that's the darn thing, Jen. Okay, you say after surgery, within 4 months, you gained almost 100 pounds. I'm taking it that it was quite a while before you could exert yourself. For the risk of popping stitches, that sort of thing, or how did that work?
Hormones. She's like, hormones, testosterone aids weight loss, estrogen doesn't.
Ah!
Now, I've been told that when I start taking estrogen that my weight will go up. And recognizing that, I've aimed my goal is to be lower, towards the lower part, because there's a band, the height weight chart. There's a band, so in the middle would be perfect. A little low to be heading towards underweight, or a bit higher, it's heading towards overweight, but it's still in the normal category.
Mm-hmm.
I'm aiming for the lower part of normal, so that when I put on the weight and I start taking hormones, that it will equal out.
Okay, then. Now, as far as all the charts are concerned, I've been overweight all my life. That's always good. I remember as a kid in single digits, you're talking 7, 8 years old, and you're going into the sizes that were classified as husky. Yeah, for those of us who had a few extra pounds.
What does that even mean? What you end up becoming hairy and towing sleds?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Just all the energy.
Well, that's the interesting thing. I don't know if you were here for me talking about it previously. In junior high school and in high school, all the coaches wanted me to play football. And, by football, I mean that American version, rather than the real thing. Because I was a big kid. They wanted me to play the defensive line. And I couldn't see it. It was like George Carlin. I couldn't see 11 guys lining up against 11 other guys, beating the shit out of them and taking their land. I wanted to play baseball. I wanted to pitch in the worst way, and unfortunately I did. Uh, okay, let's see what we can do about that. There we go.
When I was younger, I was completely uncoordinated. Clumsiness is one of the symptoms of Asperger's.
Oh,
Hmm.
did not know that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it was especially bad during the growth spurts because my elbows would sweep everything off mantelpieces.
Oh.
Oh no.
Okay then. That's another interesting thing.
I had to walk around the house with my arms folded
Okay.
because I was paranoid. Because every time I turn, it's like, oh gosh, I've got to knock something else.
I cannot quite remember the mechanics of my puberty. What I do remember is that I started very early. I was maybe 7 or 8 years old, starting puberty, and I was singing baritone by the age of 10. Got thrown out of class for it once.
Yeah, I remember that's really early. Jeez.
Yeah, and then I was pretty much finished with the growth by the age of 14. Standing 5'9", about 170, 175, something like that.
Was it when I was 15 I got kicked out of the last comprehensive school I went to because I knocked someone's teeth out. It wasn't deliberate. I was having a growth spurt and I went to like, oi, and someone stabbed me in the shoulder with a compass.
Ow.
Oh my.
And I basically flipped my hand back and say, oi, don't do it, intending to go like brush near a nose. And I ended up hitting her in the face and knocked a couple of teeth out.
Oh my word.
Now, I didn't deliberately do it.
Right.
But you
And
had
she
some leverage
provoked me.
going there.
But I was the one that ended up getting expelled.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, of course, it was easiest to do it to you, because they could point at that action, and, even though it's accidental
I
and
was
all
a
that
guy
shit.
and she was a girl, and you don't.
Yeah,
hit
there you
girls.
go. There you go.
Yeah.
But strangely, it's okay for the girl to poke me in the shoulder, stabbing me with a compass. That was okay.
Right.
But it wasn't really helped by I had Asperger's. I didn't know it. I wasn't diagnosed until 2010, I think it was.
Oh, jeez. Not that long ago.
Yeah, it took 3 years to get the diagnosis as well. But it helped me discover who I was. That was good for me. But like I say, as a result, I had a bit of a problem acclimatizing to lots of people when I went to school.
Mm-hmm.
And so I ended up at a school for kids with behavioural problems, which kind of worked out better for me in the end because there were only 50 kids, and it's much easier to negotiate and to understand the rules for 50 people compared to 1,000 people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Now, what I wish is that they would have recognized what was going on with me. Well, first of all, yeah, I'm pretty sure I was mildly ADD, or maybe a little more than mild. The other problem was I was bored stiff. And okay, had I been advanced more than I already was, maybe it would have been better. But then, those two were not all that happy with their kid, graduating high school at 13 or 14. So unfortunately, that didn't work out either. I mean, I was advanced a year. I could read, so they kicked me out of kindergarten into first grade. And I remember that this is 1962, and Sesame Street didn't exist yet.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to leave, but I'm gonna have to get going.
Oh,
Sorry.
All right. See you later, Casey.
thank you for being my guest on Coffee with Lavender, and thank you for sticking around here in the after show.
Yep. Nice to meet you.
And all kinds of other good things.
Yes, it's nice to meet you too, Laura.
Have a good day.
Thank you for having me.
And
Bye, guys.
you take care and be good, okay, sweetness?
You too.
By the way, for the people watching, I just want to point out that yes, I've had a few horrible things happen since I came out as trans, but it has been dwarfed, absolutely dwarfed, by the wonderful people out there, both on the internet and in real life. I created a really good coping strategy for the for this stuff, and it's basically like a loose points-based system. So I'm walking down the street, someone's walking the other way, and they look at me, and I smile, and they smile back. Well, there's a point. I'll go to to the cosmetics counter at Boots or whatever, one of the cosmetic counters, because they've got different ones with staff that run them. So it's like Number 7 and L'Oreal and Dior and Elizabeth Arden and etc. etc. So I've got effectively like friends now, because we'll talk about makeup and other stuff, and they're super nice, and they'll say, "Oh, your eyeshadow's looking nice today." Well, there's a couple hundred points because they're professionals; they know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I had I don't know how to pronounce it, Triatiel. Okay. Earlier on, you said I was beautiful. That's like, oh, that's worth 100 points right there. Maybe more.
Oh, you are beautiful.
You are. I mean, if you hadn't have said anything, honestly, I never would have guessed you weren't on hormones.
Wow. And that's without any hormones. That's just makeup and a wig.
Yeah,
I wearing a wig is because my hair's getting thin. But that means so much. Those are all the positive experiences. So if we imagine I've got 8,000 points of positive vibes, some dirtbag on the street says something mean, well, I might lose a couple of hundred points because I feel bad for a little while.
So now you're just down to 7,800,
Exactly. I'm in positive territory by a lot. Yeah. The weirdest one was some guy in at the end of January who propositioned me for sex.
Oh.
And I sort of like, I'm walking down the street, he's walking the other way, and suddenly he jumps out of the way, like as if like, jumps. And I said, "What'd you jump for?" He said, "I didn't." And I said, "You did. You just jumped out of the way." He said, "No, I was on the phone." And I quickly realized he was. He said he was from East Africa, and I realized that what he thought jump meant was not what I meant by jump. He thought I meant that he was going to jump and attack me or something.
Oh.
So with that confusion out of the way, he said, "Hey, do you want to get a drink?" I said, "No, I'm all right, thanks. I've got stuff to do." "Are you sure? Because, I've never met anyone like you before, And it's like, well, I'm just transgendered. You sure you don't want to get a drink? Maybe come up, maybe have something to do, to eat. Come to my place, I'll make you dinner. And, and of course my brain is thinking, yeah, I don't think so, because I don't know you. I don't know.
Right.
You know, and like, you know, we're walking to his place, and next thing you know, he's on the phone, and you know, there we are about to have dinner, and next thing, there's a knock at the door, and it's his 4 friends. You know, am I then able to say no if I was that way inclined? Of course, which I'm not. I'm asexual. So you know, but you know, he said like, you know, come on, you know, I'll make you some dinner. You know, and then he kind of leaned forward, you know, leaned slightly towards me with a lowered voice and says, you know, maybe you can suck my cock.
Oh my God.
And I, you know, and of course, I was expecting it to take a little bit longer before I got to get the say the phrase, "I'm sorry, but I'm not that kind of girl." And then I walked away with my head held high. Took a, you know, and after about 3 or 4 steps, I took a look behind my shoulder to make sure he wasn't following me.
Man, you'd think he would have let the appetizer occur first in the appetizer course, and it. But you talk about that. That was kind of interesting.
Well, if I can just finish though.
Sure. Oh, I thought you were done. Okay.
What am I going to do with the points thing there? You know, in some ways, it was kind of flattering. It's like if I was so inclined, I could get some action. Not that I was, but you know. But equally, it was kind of drowned out by the ooh factor.
Yeah.
So in the end, I give myself five positive points and you know, 195 negative points. For,
there you go.
Element of it.
That's kind of where I was heading, because when I first moved here 2 winters ago, I was heading off to do some shopping at the local store right across the highway, and a truck pulls into the apron or the driveway or whatever you want to call it that goes to my buildings while I'm going the other way. And the guy inside the truck rolls the window down and motions. And I'm there, okay, what do I want to do with this? And then, okay, he's motioning a little more, so I went over to the window. Yeah, what do you want? Window's way up, and he pulls the hell out. But here's the point. He started out by motioning that he was interested in, you know, little hanky-panky there. So I kind of felt validated. Very strange that I would feel validated that way, but it did work out. And of course, it wouldn't have worked out anyway because, you know, for the most part, I know I fell for a guy once, but for the most part, guys are not my cup of tea. So, you know, there's that too. Okay. There we go.
Poll of where is it? Yeah, this I got a makeup session done by this girl here, Crystal. You know, and like I say, I go to Boots and it's like, oh, hi Laura, how are you doing? That kind of thing. You know, they know me by name, and very friendly, very kind. You know, I mean, let me just skip a few away. There you go. That was the job.
Oh my!
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
You know something, Laura? That's interesting. What you said a little while back. You say, I'm very careful about my safety. I would never place myself in such a dangerous situation. What's really interesting is my whole attitude has changed completely since I began my transition. When I was presenting as a guy, I would go just about anywhere without much of a care. But these days, in the safest places, in the best lit streets and everything, I'm always listening very carefully, looking over my shoulders, thinking twice about what anybody says to me or how they're beginning to greet me. And it's all in the the way I'm perceived. I'm pretty much lucky. I usually am perceived as the woman I am. And it's amazing, though, how you have to be so careful simply because you're a woman.
Mm.
I learned a lot when I started the transition.
It's a shame that it's that way at all, though. Yeah.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, I've noticed, even recently, that I'm starting to become a little bit of a second-class citizen in conversations that suddenly people start thinking, I'll just talk over, and I'll just finish the set, finish, I was in one discussion, I was starting to say something, and then I was cut off and told that I was wrong, and then the person said exactly what I was about to say.
And Jen, this is the unfortunate thing about these avatars over here. I did notice that you changed it, but I can barely make anything out. I would like to make it out a little better. Just to see what's going on there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you're stunning, and I would like to see just how stunning. Shut up, Clarion. Okay, there we go. Killed that thread.
There you go. That's my favorite picture of me at the moment.
Aw.
I love that gray dress.
Yeah.
It's my favorite dress. There's actually a funny thing about it. So I was a size 20, and because I've lost all this weight, I've gone down to a size 18. And I had this dress since last, over a year now. This is the second winter I've got through with it. You chuck in some black tights and that dress and a cardigan, and it's fantastic.
Take the compliment and run with it, Jen.
So it's like, okay, I'm losing this weight. I think I should buy another. This dress is my favorite because grey, you chuck a different colored cardigan at it and it changes the style, so to speak. So, and I was actually wearing grey tights that day, but so I was like, because I'm losing this weight, I'm going to see if I can get another one of this dress. So I went on eBay and found one, and it's like, oh, this one's a size 18. Excellent. So I bought it, and it arrived, and I put it on. It's like, this feels exactly the same as the other one. And so I looked at the old one, and that was an 18 too. So I got two exactly the same. So I need to get a 16 now.
Well,
there we go. Now
it's 16 for me to ungrow into.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of altering my stuff, especially when it's my favorite. I'm trying to learn to do self-alterations because my weight fluctuates so much, and it'd just be easier if I can do them myself. But I mean, check and see. It might be cheaper to just get alterations, although I don't know where you might be able to find it. I
can sew. I've been able to sew for best part of 20 years.
Oh man, I wish I were better at sewing.
Me too. I can't sew to save my life. My grandmother tried to she tried to force me, but I never picked it up.
Let's have a look.
I can make a circle skirt, and I can do a basic top now. But I'm like, I know how to make the sewing machine work, and I know how to make it do what I want it to, but I still struggle with doing more complicated patterns.
Yeah, I don't really use patterns very much, but
Jen, I did go to your channel, and now I can make things out better, and I stand by what I said earlier.
The Diana hath spoken. She owns this chat, so
there you go.
There you go. Here's a skirt.
All your chat are mine.
So this is a skirt I'm currently working on.
I have to have a look at it here.
The colors don't come out quite right because this lighter color here is a much more sort of a pale blue. It it looks a bit more washed out there. But anyway, so this is like a darkerish blue, like a darkish sky blue with a lighter blue in it. Anyway, either way, so what happens is it was a remnants that I found at a fabric shop in Manchester, and if you don't know, they will have a wide piece of fabric and they'll stick it through the rollers several times to get the print. And they must have made a mistake in the procedure, so the alignment was off.
Oh yeah, okay.
So there was this line right through the middle of it where you could sort of see where the joins were.
Yeah.
So I went, okay, well that's a bit of a problem. It looks you could get away with it, but I think you know what I know. So what I did was I cut it and stuck some piping in there.
Yeah.
And then I've done the same thing for the waistband. It's going to have some sash ties for the back. I still need to finish it off. It just needs the back seam, the zip putting in, a button for the top, and then hemming, and it will be done. So it's afternoon, evening's work.
Okay, so hemming. Do you have to do any hawing? Oh, that's okay. Okay, that was really, really bad. And that may be colloquial. Yeah, hemming and hawing.
That's the kind of view I get outside my window.
Yeah. Wow.
And then I bought some flowers for myself a couple of weeks ago. Just over a week ago now.
Man, I wish I could do that, but there's somebody here who would eat them.
Ah.
Yeah, I can't have flowers anymore. My cat keeps eating my roses.
Well, what happened was that you saw the picture earlier where I threw away guy clothes. So what happened was I went to town because I had an appointment, but also had to go and pick up some things in a couple of shops. So I went to the makeup counter and then the haberdashery place on the far side of the indoor market. And I was wearing a fitted shift dress with kind of like a squarish, kind of lowish neck. I was having to wear a strapless bra for it, which I just bought a strapless bra. So it's like, okay, because I got some nice summer dresses and I don't want to have to wear a strap, bras with the straps over the shoulders because that wouldn't look right. So it's like, I know, so I'll give it a try, with this really nice, but it's got a low cut front, like with a square neckline. So I'm wearing this fitted shift dress that fits quite snugly on my hips. And being pre-op, obviously I've still got boy bumps. So I was like hoping that I'm tucked up tightly enough that no one can see it because a shift dress is kind of quite flat across your lap. So I'm wearing some 2-inch chunky heels. My feet are clip-clopping, as I walk, and I'm feeling super confident about myself. My head's held high, and although in my head I'm thinking, I hope I'm tight. I hope I'm tucked up tight, so no one can see any boy bumps. But you know what? Even if they can, I'm pretty sure I am. But even if they can see something, I don't give a shit. I am who I am. I feel happy. I feel confident, and this is who I am. And I just felt supreme that day, And so after I went and bought the rest, I thought, well, do you know what? I think I feel so good. I think I'm going to treat myself to something girly, and so I decided I would go and buy some, fresh flowers.
Aww.
That's what. And they were only cheap ones, but it was symbolic, and
they look like carnations, maybe.
Carnations, yeah. It's a nice.
Boy, I'm still good enough to make them out. That's a good thing.
I got so many things. That's one of my wardrobes, and these are mostly cardigans. I have 38 cardigans. I can't believe how many cardigans I've got.
Cardigans are useful though.
They are.
I have one outfit that I use when I do my vintage stuff, because that's basically all I can really afford as far as a full outfit goes.
Hmm.
But I already have like 3 or 4 cardigans to go with it, and it
Yeah.
completely changes the outfit, even though it's the same top and skirt every single time.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, look, you know, just different colors, sort of, you know, cherry red and a sort of strawberry red, and then there's a sort of dark pink and a fuchsia, you know, sort of blends across. I color coordinate it because it's easier to find them that way.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go. I was about to mention
A couple of plate suits on the end there.
the stuff I have. Like, for example, I love polo shirts, so I've got, you know, a million of them. They are hung according to the resistor color code. If you've done any electronics work.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like black, brown, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, gray, white, for those who don't know about it. And that's the way you'll see my polos hanging there. And I'm going to have to do some laundry pretty soon because I've gone through pretty much all of them. And God, this is why I have to lose weight, because there are things into which I cannot fit anymore. I kind of outgrew them. Lovely print skirt that I bought a few years ago, which is a size 14. And unfortunately, right now, I'm a size 18.
Yeah, I've had that. With all this weight that I've lost, this week I've worn 2 skirts that, you know, 6 months ago would have cut me in half. They would have been so uncomfortable to do, you know, largely stand in, let alone sit in, you know. So, yeah, I've got a purple, Mark. I've got a purple in that list. But here's a simple cardigan here, a white one. I was dressed up like an egg. Wearing yellow and white. And actually was, you know, I thought, I know, it's a nice day. I'm going to take advantage of it. I'm going to go and take some pictures. And so I got on my bike, and, you know, a lady came along and she said, "Oh, you look lovely today," kind of thing. Or, you know, because she had a dog. And I sort of said, "Oh, hello, what's your dog called?" And Bagel was the name of the dog. A beagle.
Oh, spooky. Yeah, the tolerance bands.
Yeah. So, yeah, you know, I sort of, and she said, like, "Oh, you know, you look nice today," that kind of thing. And, you know, she said, I said, like, "Do you use Twitter?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Well, I'm Cliffjumper24 on there. So I'll be posting the pictures later." And so sure enough, she went and followed me. And when she saw this, no, it wasn't that picture, it was that picture, which she was behind me with her dog, which then went running off in behind where mine was, because there was another dog and it needed to smell its bottom or something. But you know, she said, "Wow, you look great, and you've really got the foot pop just perfect."
Oh yeah.
Which is, like, again, it's another one of those lovely things that people will say. You know, so yeah, that's not the ones I was looking for.
Yeah, I just wish I could fit into my dresses, because, yeah, I bought those about 60 pounds ago, and doesn't work out too well.
I'm sure you will again.
Well, I'm doing everything I can to restrict my caloric intake, with all that implies, basically, because I have to.
Oh, that was what I wore for New Year.
Oh,
that's nice.
I want that.
I think they're still available. They're about £30, and it's from a company called Lindy Bop, Lindy.
Oh, I love Lindy Bop.
Yeah.
I get Lindy Bop. I could. In fact, my favorite store might actually have it. We have a little vintage store here in town, and that there's 2 ladies that run 2 different businesses, but they're side by side because they kind of go together.
Mhm.
And one of them is like the more traditional, pretty pinup, and the other one is the rockabilly side of like 50s outfits.
Yeah.
And she has like if you want to be goth but you want to look like you jumped out of the 50s, that's the kind of aesthetic that she has on the other side.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so and a lot of times if I wait for a sale, a lot of times the two stores will sometimes have cheaper sale prices than even because they get them wholesale, so they'll have even cheaper prices than what's on the actual websites.
Well, that red dress I showed you earlier, the one when I changed my name, that's also a Lindy Bot one. I got it for £9 on eBay.
Oh, wow.
But it didn't have a belt with it.
Now, what would that be
about
in US dollars?
About $13 to $15.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's about 1.6, 1.5, something like that to the dollars to the pound.
Okay, sounds good.
But this, I know, it's a little bit pretentious to wear at this time of year, but when the summer comes out, I'll be able to wear that. I've got to wear it with a bit of a petticoat underneath because it kind of goes a bit flat otherwise.
Yeah.
I was
wondering about that.
I have something special coming up. So in the summer, hopefully, I'm going to be visiting my friend in the Netherlands, and this has got tulips on it.
Oh, yay.
And the plan is that I'm going to fly out to Amsterdam. My friend lives in Tilburg, which is in the south part of the country. So they're going to meet me at the airport, and then we're going to drive to the outskirts of town, and then we're going to get on a bus or a tram or train or something, and then go into the city and spend the day in the city. And I'm going to wear that on the plane and in the city.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But I've got to get a new passport first. And that's wonderful in itself because I can get a passport with a female name on it with an F on it as well.
Yeah, well, I actually got that here in the U.S. It took a doctor's note.
Mine won't do that. Don't need it. The only thing I've got to do is when I apply for the new passport, because I had to buy a new passport for September. Well, that's become invalidated because I changed my name.
Mm-hmm.
But when I apply for the new passport, I can get it. I've got to give them I've got to give them back my old passport, and also I'm going to have to supply my deed poll, so my name change certificate, my document, to say I've changed my name. That's my old name. Here's my new name, and there you go. And then they'll supply it with as an F with. Oh gosh, yes, Mark, you're right. Trying to find shoes in my side are awful. I have size 13 shoes. Women's size 13.
Okay.
Oof.
And
it's got to be kind of
anything beyond a size 9. Finding a 9 is hard enough. Anything beyond a size 9 is pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I'm going to teach myself how to make shoes.
10 and a half are hard to find.
I'm kind of lucky in one way and unlucky in another. There is a brick and mortar shoe store not that far from here where I can find my size, which is 10 wide. What's not so good is that we're talking about $150 or so. Say about 100 pounds.
Yeah, it's a lot.
My feet are so big that when I finish with a pair of shoes, I send them off to South America, and Amazonian tribes people use them for canoes.
Hey, Jen, I did not need to get my birth certificate changed in order to get a passport. In fact, having been born in Ohio, they refuse to change my birth certificate. I was born in one of the 3, I believe, states that screw you over that way.
That's ridiculous.
There you go. That's a couple of months ago. That was me in a really rather snug shift dress.
Oh, that's pretty.
Horizontal stripes look fine, even if you're a bit plump.
But yeah, Jen, I as soon as the Jackass in Chief was elected, I ran to the post office to get a passport. the trans advocacy organizations were recommending
Yeah.
that we do that. And so I'm sitting here with a passport that has my F, and I'm hoping against hope that the jackass in chief doesn't order state to confiscate those passports from us.
I hate that that's even a thought.
I know.
Are you all from America?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm from America. I'm in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and it's kind of okay here, except for those damn Steelers.
Yeah. I'm in Florida. I'm kind of an anomaly. I live in the middle of a city that is basically controlled by Southern Baptists,
Oh.
and I am ex-Mormon, and I completely hate. Well, I wouldn't say I completely hate my upbringing. There were some good aspects to some of the things that I learned, but I completely reject my old faith. I completely reject my old faith. I completely reject just damn near every aspect of it. But yeah, down here, it is not pretty for LGBTQ plus people at all.
The sad thing is, it's getting kind of worse here in the UK. That it seems to be on the new intolerance radar.
Oh.
You know, as in
Yeah.
got the TERFs saying that, you know, trying to pull in equivalent of the bathroom bill.
Uh huh. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
even to the point that they're getting in bed with the evangelical crowd.
Well, like, and I've had a couple of arguments that I've actually won with family because they're like, well, I don't want them in my bathroom until they've transitioned. Once they've transitioned, I guess I'll just have to accept them. And I was like, do you not understand that in a lot of states, they have to live as their gender for 2 years or more to even get any of the other steps done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it is here.
I
mean,
was
I'm not allowed to go and use a public bathroom for 2 years.
Yeah, I got lucky in the sense that when I went to a gender clinic, I was given credit for time served. In other words, I started living full time about 6 months before I was seen at a gender clinic. And they credited me with that, so I didn't have to start all over again with the real life test time. That was wonderful.
That was why I changed my name so quickly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it wasn't for the mailing and the mistake, I could have had my name changed in just a few days.
Oh,
if I'd
wow.
really gone into it, I could have had it done within 2 days.
It's interesting that you can just do that so easily. I mean, over here, what I had to go through was set up the paperwork with the attorney, a background check, a criminal background check, a judgment search, looking for monetary, money judgments against me.
All right. Yeah.
Let's see, what else did they have to do? Published in 2 newspapers of record. I had to get fingerprinted. That whole thing, once the process got started, took about 6 weeks. The other thing was that I found an organization here in the U.S. Called the Name Change Project that supplied me with an attorney pro bono. which was
Wonderful.
wonderful.
Yeah.
All I had to pay for was the fingerprinting. So instead of $1,200, it was $40. $40,
Oh, that's great.
and that was beautiful. But it was a case of, let's see now. I made application to them in October or November, and things started moving sometime in January. So
Wow.
there was that waiting period, and then the time. So wait a minute. No, it was later than January. I'm sorry. It was closer to April
Mm.
because I had my court date in June.
Oh, wow.
It bothers me that effectively you had to prove you weren't a criminal to change your name because you're transgendered.
Well, in a way, I could see what they're after.
Well,
I mean,
there are
this is
people who
for
do
anyone who's changing their name. So,
Yeah.
for example, Aaron Ra changed his name from his birth name to Aaron Ra, such that he could run for office in Texas under that name. He had to go through a criminal background check.
Yeah. Anybody that changes their name here, unfortunately, they're put through the same process.
It's because so many people try to change their name to get away with not, getting caught, basically.
Right. Like,
Same with businesses. If you don't use like your full name somewhere in your business, you're supposed to, in a lot of states, give your publish it basically in a newspaper where it says, I am running this business under this name,
Mhm.
and this is my real name, so
Yeah.
that if you do anything skeevy, people can track you. Because if I just go by Triatiel and somebody has a problem with me, or the government has a problem with me, I mean, yes, they could spend the extra resources tracking me down, but it's basically a lot easier for them to figure out what's going on if I have it under my legal name. And also, we were talking earlier about Lindy Bop and vintage styles. That's me as baby vintage. I'm still learning the hair and the makeup, but
Are you trans as well? Are you?
no, I'm not. But I do love, I love vintage styles.
Yeah, me too. You saw earlier I was wearing that vintage 80s Laura Ashley dress.
Yeah, yeah. I focused mostly on the 50s because that's the best silhouette for me. But yeah.
I love 50 style.
I like the Audrey dress, the Audrey Hepburn style.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I'm sharing that properly or not. But yeah, I love the vintage stuff. Ooh, that's pretty.
That's that grey dress again.
Yeah.
Just black tights, same shoes, and a purple cardigan.
Yeah.
And I think I've got purple nails as well.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Gray is such an underrated color.
Mm.
I love purple.
Yeah. This is a dress. It's a bit short on me, and because I was a little bit fat still there. The waistband kept trying to pull up to the thinnest part of my body, so I've got a bit of a belly still.
Yeah.
And so it was wanting to go between the bust and the belly, which raised up the skirt, so it was like, whoa, extremely short. I sworn I had a different picture there. Anyway, but yeah, I love Peter Pan collars. They're lovely. They frame the face nicely. But yeah, that's the grey dress with a blazer. Although the bust is a bit big for me, so it kind of pulls it aside at the top. So I'm thinking about raising it up and sticking a second button there.
Yeah.
There was that Lindy Bop dress that cost me £9.
Oh,
That's so cute.
But it didn't have a belt on it. And it's like, okay, it's got big belt loops, and most all the belts I've got so far have been skinny ones, and so it's like, okay, what am I going to do? I need a belt to go with it because it'll look better. And then I went, I know, and the only other belt I had big enough was one for a guy, from a guy's suit. And so I went, the buckle's a little bit on the chunky side, a bit guy-like, so I just put it on backwards.
Hey,
There
hon,
you go.
I've been known to use sashes.
Yeah, sashes can work. But fuchsia cardigan, it changes it slightly, and pink glasses as well. I got several pairs of glasses.
Oh man,
that was my first attempt at painting my own nails.
That's a good first attempt. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're stick-on ones. I tell you what, it was so hard wearing those for the first time because it's amazing how used to I am of having short nails. And so it was like, okay, now, like, going to the toilet to pull down your underwear or something like that, you're scared of having a nail ping off because they're only glue-on ones. And the reason why I was wearing them was I ended up on my thumb. I ended up with a split nail, a vertical split on my nail.
I know about those.
Yeah, and it kept getting caught on everything and chipping off, and so I'd have to sand it right down as much as I could, and then wait until it grows a bit, and then sand it a bit more, and wait until it grows and sand it a bit more to try and get that split. But until then, I had to wear a nail over the top of it so that I wouldn't keep catching it on everything. So it's like, you know what, I'm going to try doing my whole hand with these nails. And it, like I say, doing everything, zipping up a dress, typing on a computer, just everything was so much more difficult.
Yeah. No, with me, you talk about the vertical split in that whole thing. There's one fingernail I have here that gives me the problem, and I cannot sand it or file it down to get rid of the split because it just keeps splitting and splitting. If you see the way this is working, this finger over here, no matter what I do, this just keeps delaminating. It splits through the thickness and it splits vertically. So I've got all these other nails here, and this one is, recalcitrant and the whole thing like this. And it's like, oh, come on.
Try chucking a bit of super glue over the top.
I may have to do something like that.
Yeah, that might hold it for a while it grows out, and then you can file it and grow out and file it and grow out. Or just make a nail, that's the right size. Just these plastic things that you can get on eBay or whatever for less than $10 for like 500 or something. And just take one nail that fits, and you can get like a small pack of 20 or something. Find the number that you want, and then just glue it on the top of your normal nail, and just file it down to the right length to the rest of your fingers, and that will protect it from being damaged and chipped and scuffed when you get dressed or whatever in between.
Or when you're typing and you bend one back on itself and it splits into the quick and all that other happy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'm looking at my nails right now, and it's been a while since I've actually worn nail varnish. I love nail varnish. It's just that I haven't got around to doing anything about it. So I'm going to have to remind myself to try to steady the hands and do something with that. Doing my left fingers always look better than my right because I'm very, very strongly right-handed. So this is easy. And with that whole brain surgery thing that went on when I was 18, my left hand, there's no fine motor coordination to speak of here. So, you're going, trying to get everything, you're getting the varnish all over yourself, and it's all
Do you
sorts
know
of
what
fun.
my tip is to let me just go back to that. Okay. My tip is to paint the nail varnish on. Don't worry if it goes on your skin. Okay. And then get the remover and then go over it to get rid of everything off your skin, and it also gets rid of most of it on there, but it'll leave a little a little stain effectively. They'll still have remnants around the edge of it, around the roots. And
Okay.
then you go over it again and fill in the middle bit. And also, when you're doing your left hand, move your left hand
Rather
Don't
than
sorry, yeah. When you're working with your left hand, hold it, but move your right hand.
Yeah, that
Then
one I try, and it does work a little better.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to work my way back up to it because it's been it's been months,
Yeah.
and it's just
That's one of my the last makeup session I had.
Oh, that's beautiful.
6th of March. That was at the Dior counter in Manchester. First time I'd ever worn shiny lipstick.
That's gorgeous.
I love the shiny lipstick. Quick question. You said about the glue-on nails. What are the fumes like for the glue?
It's normal super glue, so yeah, just don't stick your nose right under it.
Well, I am extremely sensitive. I can hold my hands completely far away from my face and smell the fumes from nail polish, and then want to die for the next 3 days from migraine headache. I'm
Yeah.
extremely sensitive to smells. I can't. I am so sensitive to smell. Somebody can bleach the bathrooms, like in a public restroom. They can bleach it, because you're supposed to use bleach to clean it. I can come in 5 hours later, step inside of the bathroom, smell it, and then get a migraine.
Yeah.
Gas mask?
I need to start doing that because like I said, I miss doing fun stuff with my nails, and I have not been able to do it for years.
This was me experimenting with blue eyeshadow.
Oh, that's pretty.
I still haven't got the hang of eyeshadow.
I'm good at it.
Go ahead. I'm still not good with eye makeup. I still stab myself in the eye when I'm doing my eyeliner and mascara.
Yeah, I can do that a little bit sometimes. There you go. That was my first attempt at painting my own nails with something a bit interesting, other than just a color.
Oh, moof beef.
Cute.
Okay, let me show you some pictures. So this, so what happened was my friend Alice, the one from the Netherlands.
Not the one from Wonderland?
No. Well, sort of, because she's into Alice in Wonderland stuff.
Okay.
But anyway, so she said, so I said, you know what? I think I'm getting ready to be able to go out as Laura. Well, as myself, kind of thing. And I picked the name Laura for the day that I went out. So here's my new name. And I said, the thing about it is, I can't go on my own. Because, I said, I'm just afraid of meeting some knuckle-dragging troglodyte idiot who gets in my face and just, destroys any confidence. And she said, look, if you want to go out for the first time, go to a museum or something, because idiots like that, they don't go to museums, they go to the pub.
Mm-hmm.
And, it made sense. I said, well, yeah, but I couldn't do it on my own. And within 20 minutes, she bought a plane ticket to come and visit me.
Aww.
So she arrived on Thursday, and this is August last year. And on Friday, I wore some of her makeup, and we went to the art gallery in Manchester, and this is outside the door. The makeup I'm wearing looks a bit brown in the face because she's got a darker skin tone because I used her makeup for the first time, and I bought my own that day. And I wasn't wearing anything other than lipstick and an eyeshadow and a bit of blush and powder, but a pair of white plimsolls and socks. And so that was the first time. So we went to the art gallery, and then went to a girly restaurant.
Now, wait a minute. What?
That was really nice. I love this picture, although my face looks a bit brown. It's a great photo.
What distinguishes a girly restaurant from any other restaurant?
It's pink and it's got flowers.
Oh! It's okay. I got you. I didn't know if it was like a specifically catering. No, okay.
No. It was quite a feminine looking place.
Okay, fine.
I saw a thing on the local newspaper website saying how like women were posting pictures of this restaurant on Instagram, and it's like, you know what, this sounds like a great place to go then. So me and my friend, we had sushi there, and then we went to the John Ryan's library, which is kind of like a gothic
beautiful
library. I mean, Batman would feel at home there, I think.
Our mission is done. Let's eat sushi or something. Yay!
But I love that picture because I feel I look so at ease, comfortable about myself.
Oh yeah.
So the following day was Manchester Pride, and this is what I wore. Another Lindy Bop dress, by the way.
Oh, that's so cute.
And if you notice the shoes,
yeah, those are adorable.
Now those are just a pair of white plimsolls that I painted red on. So I painted them to make them like that.
Oh, nice.
And it was a lovely day. It really was, watching everybody happy and everything, and just being myself as well. And then on the Saturday was the Sunday was raining, but on the Monday it was a bank holiday that week. So we went to go to a stately home, but unfortunately it was shut. So we ended up going to Media City round the corner. And there's the Lowry art gallery, but also they had there's a mall, and then in between there's like a circle. They had like an artisan market, so it was like artwork and bath bombs, and there was a guy selling like vodka bottles and gin bottles and things like that. But he'd drilled a hole in the bottom and put fairy lights in.
Oh,
So
I love
that,
like that.
really, really cool. So asked him how do you drill the hole without breaking the glass, and he explained, and then we chatted for a couple of minutes, and then the three of us, of course, me and my friend as well, and said, okay, we're going to push on now. Thank you very much. And he said, enjoy your day, ladies.
Yay!
And having that gender confirmation just felt really good.
Yeah.
And it's a bit, and it's one of those memories that I'll always remember. An example would be my friend who Wednesday, when she did my naming certificate thing, when she helped with the signing, she had, she put the 4 copies in the envelope, and she said, she handed them to me. She said, "Congratulations, it's a girl," which was just charming and lovely, and made me smile. So another one that day was we went to the mall, and I've in the mall they had Subways. I quite like Subway, so I'm waiting. I bought my sandwich, and I'm just waiting for the drinks machine to, the lady in front of me and her son. And she finishes, and then I move forward, and I'm just getting the cup and everything. And she comes back and she puts her hand on my arm, and she says, "Oh, honey, I love your bag." And she's talking about this. It's got it's sort of pale blue with flowers and birds on it.
Cute.
And again, it was, treating me like a female, and it just felt really good to be treated in the way that I wanted to be treated. So then gradually over time, I felt comfortable enough to go to Manchester on my own for the first time. And so, there I go to, and I always end up going to Boots, because like I say, they've got all the different counters for all the different companies. And L'Oreal's one of my favorite ones because that's where I get my foundation and my and the powder and lipsticks as well. I love L'Oreal lipsticks. They're kind of creamy instead of oily. And so it was just, a chance to go. And I think this was the last time I didn't wear a bra, because I ended up, needing to buy a bra, and that helped because all my, dresses started to fit properly. I didn't end up with the flappy bits under the arms. So yeah, that was good. And there's that grey dress again. And wearing a bra for the first time, gosh, that was hard. It was really hard to find something that worked for me because, effectively I went from 0 to a D cup overnight. And the reason is because I've got a 40-inch chest, and trying to find anything, an A or a B cup with a 40-inch chest, forget it. It just doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, I have that issue.
Yeah.
I have a big rib cage, but tiny boobs, and it's like I think 34. It's 36 is the cutoff. Once you hit 36, they assume that if your band size is 36, they assume that you automatically have big boobs.
Yeah, because people who have a chest that big tend to be overweight. And because they're overweight, they carry fat in their breast tissue as well as, on the rest of their body. So
honestly, I wish I carried more fat in my breast tissue and not all in my butt.
Yeah. Well, that actually brings up another really, really nice experience for me. And it sounds weird because it was for a sort of negative reason. So I found a lump in my breast because I'm biologically, I've not got any hormones yet. Biologically, I'm still a male. Okay.
Yeah.
So I found a lump, and I'm like, okay, that feels tender, and I can feel lump underneath. So I went to my doctors, and I said, okay, I've got a lump, and so he said, okay, I'm gonna have to do an examination. So he calls in the chaperone. So they've got a system at my doctor's and in many other places as well. It's a chaperone system. So the idea is there's been too many instances of dodgy doctors that are a bit pervy, touching women inappropriately, or but also there's been instances where women have accused doctors of touching them inappropriately when they haven't. And so to protect both parties, they've got this chaperone system. So what happens is he calls the chaperone in, which happens to be the dietitian, Steph, that I'm already seeing. I see her about every fortnight. And so she comes in and she watches us, like I say, as I get this breast exam. And then, okay, you can get dressed now. So she leaves. And, okay, so there's two options. Obviously, there's a lump, yeah. So I want you to go to the hospital and get a scan. So you got two choices. You can either go up to the local hospital, or you can go to Oldham. Now the local one has. He says, sorry, I want you to get an exam. So you can either go to the local hospital, but they've got a male only clinic, and because biologically you're still a male, that's the one that would be appropriate for you. But I know that's not how you are. So I suggest you go to Oldham because that's a mixed gender clinic and you'd probably be more comfortable there. So he took into account that I'm transgendered. which was fantastic.
Okay.
But afterwards, I discovered that they only give the chaperone system to female patients. So I was treated by my doctor as a female patient. And this was only the second time that he'd seen me since I asked him to refer me to a gender identity clinic.
Nice.
Then when I
Very
went up
nice.
to the hospital, I was treated like a female patient. They had a chaperone there. I also took advantage because there was a student nurse there. And I was asked that, okay, we've got a student nurse and he's got to learn these kind of things. Would it be okay for him to examine you as well as the doctor, with the doctor present? And I said, yeah, okay. And so he came in with a leaflet asking me how much I drank or smoked or any of those sorts of things, how long have you had the lump, etc., etc. And I thought, while I'm at it, I'll educate him a little bit on trans stuff because they don't teach trans stuff at medical school. So I had to explain to him how the system works and all that sort of stuff from what I knew. And that helped, that enlightened him to some of the things. So, so the doctor, the breast surgeon, what do you want to, I don't know what you call it. I think she's a breast surgeon from what I understand. But anyway, so the doctor comes and she examines me, sort of like, okay, yeah, she feels under the arm for the lymph nodes and things like that. And then, okay, yeah, I want you to get a mammogram, so an X-ray, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've not had one done yet, and you ever have one done, they lie to you. Because they say it'll only hurt for 5 seconds. Because what they've got is a flat plate and a sort of an L-shaped piece of plastic, and they squash your breast between it.
Yes.
Because they're trying to get it as thick as they can so that they can scan through the tissue. Well, if you're a lady, obviously you've got bigger boobs, and so if you can imagine, if you try pinching your arm down, sort of near your elbow, it's quite a thick amount of tissue there. So it doesn't really hurt if you squeeze it quite tightly. Where if it's a really skinny part and you squeeze it, the pinch really hurts, So because I haven't got much in the way of breast tissue yet,
I'm gonna have to step out for half a second. So
crazy.
Yeah.
So
I
when she
haven't had to deal with that. Sorry.
Yeah. So she lied to me because she said it'll only hurt for 5 seconds. And it's like, yeah, that's not true because it's 5 seconds for her to squash you between, basically a large vice, to squash your boob in a large vice, then walk to the machine and then press the button, which then takes 5 seconds, and then the other 5 seconds for it to come back and let you out. And then to do it another 3 times on top of that because they do each one and then diagonally as well. So yeah, there. And then, so after that was done, back to the waiting room, and then the doctor calls me back in, and she's got a leaflet there, and she says, and she was really kind, again, very considerate. And she said, I'm really, okay, I know what it is now, and it's nothing to worry about. You've got something called gynecomastia, and it's and she hands me the leaflet, and she says, now the leaflet is aimed towards males because it's a male affliction, and I know that I recognize that you're transgender, that you're not male in that way, but biologically this does apply, and obviously it's written for a male patient in mind. So she was effectively saying, I recognize that you're female, and I know, and I'm really sad to say this, but this is a guy affliction, and this is, this leaflet is written for a guy. So, she was being as kind as she could to say, yeah, this is a guy thing and it's a guy's leaflet, but I still recognize you as a woman, as trans. So that was kind. And so basically gynecomastia is breast growth. I'm growing boobs. They're not very big at the moment. It's about the size of my thumb. But, so I've got a bit of boob on me. And and it's been triggered by medication, most likely. And I said, should I take a lot more doses of this medication to try and get them big enough? She laughed. She said, probably not a good idea. I said, I know, I'm joking. And of course, it isn't, because it could end up, knackering up my liver or kidneys, I think it is. So, yeah. But
yeah, I haven't personally gone through a mammogram, but I am a caregiver, and my little sister has a couple of hormonal imbalances. And even though she was in her mid-20s, they told her that she needed to take mammograms for a while, because she had gotten a lump that had gotten pretty big and they had to surgically remove it. And they tell you that it's only going to hurt for a few seconds, but she was hurting for at least a day after that mammogram of hers. So I can imagine it would be even worse. Because she's kind of mid-range, like she's not super tiny, but she's not big either. And I can just imagine how much worse that has to be, because it's less material to work with and they're trying to flatten it out even more. So, ouch.
Yeah, like I say, it really hurt. I mean, it's like, okay, it's in my best interest, but ow, this really is not comfortable. Not at all. But like I say, it was short-lived. And of course, I mean, unlike your sister, if she's got tissue that needs to be removed, then squashing that can't be good. That's why that's going to hurt for several days. For me, it was just like a pinch, and you're just like, ow, that hurts. You give it a rub, and that's kind of soothes it off a little bit. And within 20 minutes, you don't feel anything anymore. I didn't feel anything anymore. But if someone's got something within, then yeah. But in fact, that just this picture, that blouse is one I'm wearing right now. It's actually my favorite blouse. It's sort of Peter Pan collar with some poppies in it.
Oh, okay, I see them now.
There it is again.
I like Peter Pan colors. The problem is that a lot of times they're white, and stark white and my face do not get along. So I've actually started to learn I found a tatting pattern because I tat, and I'm going to be starting to add a few collars to outfits using the colors that I want.
Right.
So
find something that contrasts. You can use black.
I have a tendency to pick the darkest color from whatever print that I use, because I tend to like the big floral prints when I get a skirt.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I like 50s stuff. There's a huge group that does stuff. We went to the zoo a little while back in all 50s pinup stuff. And some of the girls were just absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. Now, this picture again, sorry, I meant to mention it. So I was learning eyeshadow at the time, and you can't see it very well, but I was wearing pink eyeshadow. And this was in November. And one of the ladies at the counter, she said, well, you've done a really good job. It looks good on you. However, pink is the kind of thing that you'll wear in the summer when it's more bright and sunny. Whereas in the winter, we tend to go for the smoky eye look. And so I came home and I had a little practice, and that was my first attempt.
Yeah, it's hard for me to find eyeshadows because I am super, super pale, and if I'm not careful, I can look like I'm bruised, or it can look way too dark on me.
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of eyeshadow palettes that you can find on eBay and things like that.
Yeah.
So have a little, buy one of those with multiple colors and then practice, try some different things. What I do is I start with light on the inside, and then so I sort of work about 3/4 of the way across with the pale color.
Mm-hmm.
And then I start with a sort of mid mid brown or something. This one was more. I've got a bronze set that's my favorite.
Yeah.
But then I work this way, so it sort of blends across the middle, and then I take a darker color and then just sort of do the corners, and just sort of move in on the edges there. And I have a little bit of white or a little pale just below the eyebrow. Now at this point, my eyebrows were still a little bit chunky because I was still living partially as a guy and partially as a girl. So when I was going on YouTube making videos or something like that on a hangout like this with the camera on, I was wearing guy clothes, and then the rest of the time I was wearing girl clothes. So I didn't have the ability to get my eyebrows trimmed, for a more ladylike look.
Yeah.
But then once I had it done a little bit, and now I can get it done a little bit more. But so I was quite pleased with my look that day. That's happy for myself. Scarves are fantastic, by the way.
Yeah.
So this was the first week I spent as Laura every day, putting makeup on every day. Because I was, like I say, I was wearing guy clothes some of the time and girl clothes, the rest of the time. And even when I was wearing girl clothes, I wasn't always wearing makeup or anything. I mean, I haven't worn makeup for a couple of days. I haven't had a shave for 2 days either. But that's the reason why my camera's not on. But this is another Lindy Bop dress, by the way, with pomegranates on it. And so that I didn't take a picture on the Monday. That was a picture on the Tuesday. This was me on a Wednesday, also a Lindy Bop skirt. And you can see how much weight. I'm a little bit fat still there. Still no boobs at the time. And then this is a nice red shift dress that's Thursday. And this is the poppy blouse underneath. So it works quite nicely with this outfit. And you can see there's my pink eyeshadow. And then that's with a cardigan. And then that's Friday.
Yay.
So, yeah, that's all the pictures I got for that stuff at the moment.
Yeah.
I've got other ones around, but and this one was a nice one. I posted this on Twitter a few weeks ago, and one of my friends on there said I look radiant, which I thought was lovely. Just a lovely thing to say.
Well, I don't know. Were they trying to say radioactive and got cut off? No. Huh?
I don't think so.
But like I say, I just felt really good. So Caesar, yes, I do. It's not so much 5 o'clock shadow. It's when I put makeup on, I've got to go the whole. When I get dressed up, I got to put all the makeup on. I can't do a bit of it. I can't just chuck on a little bit of foundation or a lot of ladies, they'll just stick on a bit of lipstick and a bit of mascara on, they're good to go. For me, I have a blue shadow over my moustache, effectively what would be a moustache, and below my lip. So I've got to use a color corrector, which is like a dark peach color. That takes the bluiness away, and then when I go over then I got to go over the foundation. Then I got to use the powder, which mattes it down. Then I use the blush over my cheeks and sort of up towards my ear. And then I do my eyes. So I do usually the bronze one is my favorite because it's like the smoky eye look, but it's got a warm hue to it. So I do that around my eyes. And then put some eyeliner on and eyeshadow, and then I put lipstick on. And I got a bit of highlighter as well on my nose and sort of on my forehead and top of my cheeks. So I wonder if I've got a picture of. Yeah. That was an outfit I made. It's a top and skirt that I made.
Ooh.
And it didn't come out exactly right. Let's find it. Give me a second. So that's the fabric I used. Just wait for the computer to wake up. Come on, there we go. So it's like a navy blue with the white pinstripe through it. So these are like 1-inch squares. And I think it's still here. No. It's around. Give me a second. Oh, I know.
Diana, it always sounds like you're beating your keyboard into submission.
And can you believe that I'm actually giving it a light touch?
Yes, I'm just saying. It sounds like you're beating it into submission.
No, I've heard what it sounds like when I'm listening to some of these shows, after the fact. So it's got to be the way the microphone is picking it up and amplifying it. So I've got to work on that. I suppose I should remember to hit the mute button every time, and then too, it doesn't help, I suppose, that this is a mechanical keyboard.
Yeah.
But I prefer a mechanical keyboard. So
now, is it a mechanical keyboard made out of wood? Because that would explain the noise.
Now, the thing that's going on here is what's known as a buckling spring. There's actually springs and leaf contacts under each one of these keys. So you're, and then the other thing is that you're hitting against a stop rather than like the membrane keyboards. They're very soft.
Yeah.
And the thing is, from the first time I tried a membrane keyboard, it feels like I'm trying to type on marshmallows. Because, well, when I cut my teeth on this stuff, I was using a teletype machine for input-output. This is, let me think now, let's see, almost 50 years ago. I was about 13 when I first started working on computers. I was really lucky. The school system bought a fairly nice computer. It was, let me think, 8 or 16K of memory, ferrite core. Had about as much power as a 4-function pocket calculator. The size of a steamer trunk. Cost $125,000. Oh man, I loved working on that thing But yeah, the teletype machines were so stiff that I became accustomed to them and really don't do very well on the very soft keyboards. So,
Yeah.
no problem.
Is this a thing where the teletype thing was so loud that to be able to tell that you were typing something, you had to hammer it out on the thing, and you're still doing that?
Actually, it was so loud because you had to hammer. Those keys had very stiff springs under them, so you had to press really hard. And when you did, they also made a sound like a whenever you hit a key. So you got used to that, and it's like, no, the new keyboards, they just don't feel right.
You know, before I got my own computer, I went to visit a friend, and they had one. Just it was a PC, Windows 95, something like that.
Oh wow.
And well, I got my 99, so it was probably about 97. This would have been when I go playing Command and Conquer on it. It was a good fun game. Anyway, so in I've got a little noisy motorbike there. So what happened was we decided to troll his dad because it was his dad's computer, and so we recorded a series. It just took up so much space because they were all WAV form files. But basically, for every letter, so it'd be like, oh, and we actually recorded on the microphone the word "oh," and had it so that when you press the A button, it would say it.
Oh my.
So if he went to use the word processing document, it would be like, BART. Every time he typed anything. Oh, he had to turn the sound off to be able to type, and it annoyed him. It was mean.
Oh,
It was
man,
funny. It was
that's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. I love that.
Anyway, this is the top I made, and what it was inspired by was this. I found this pattern, this picture on the internet, and I went, "Oh, that's really cute." That. I thought that'd look really nice as a top. The only problem is that she's wearing trousers, and again, I've got boy bumps, and I didn't want that to be seen. So it's like, okay, I'll make it with a skirt that goes with it, and so that's what I made. And it works pretty well. But it's a bit long. It feels too long. So I'm thinking about lopping off, sort of 3 inches on the bottom to make it a bit shorter. And make the skirt shorter because it just looks way too big.
Yeah.
And that's the back. That's my bathroom, by the way. So yeah, but that was the original plan, and that was how the top came out. And like I say, I think the reason why it looks wrong is because the amount of skirt part, it should be down here. And it just looks really long between the armpit and the length there.
Yeah.
But it is actually correct because where the waist goes, for people who don't know about patterns, where your waist goes is where the so your waist goes where your elbows go. So if you can see her elbows are here, that's where her waist is. Your elbows go into your natural waist. And so I want to make this to go on my bike, That's a lovely dress, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, I like that as well. It's just smart and nice. And I love that too.
That's
I can imagine myself wearing something like that in the summer. Look at that hat. Look at that smile. You know, and it's a cliche. Oh God, I feel so weird sometimes because you know, this kind of thing is a weird cliche. You know, there was something I read. I read a website saying about what trans women should and shouldn't do, kind of thing.
yeah.
You know, and one of the like, you know, try and fit in. You know, and it's like, yeah, that's good advice, but at the same time, everybody just wears jeans and a top or something, and I want to look a bit nicer than that. You know, and I don't want to wear trousers because, you know, again, boy bumps. So I wear dresses and skirts all the time now, and that's comfortable for me, both physically and mentally. Because, you know, if I wore trousers and a lady's top and even the wig and makeup, people see the trousers and they hear my voice and they go, okay, that's a guy. You know, whereas, you know, wearing a dress, you know, tells other people and tells me that I'm a female.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then again, I also saw a thing like, you know, trans women don't, you know, don't dress up, you know, don't wear things that are too young for you. And it's like, yeah, that's also good advice. And then I also saw a meme thing saying that, you know, if you see a trans woman, she's wearing clothes that are too young for her, try and remember that she wasn't, you know, she didn't get to be a girl at that age. You know, so she's just working it out, you know.
Well, I mean, you don't. I've also come across people who are cisgendered and I've looked at what they've put on themselves and I question sometimes, like, anybody's allowed to wear whatever they want to wear, but I sometimes wonder if they realize what they look like when they actually put their clothing on as well. So that's not just a trans thing, I don't think. I think that's some people just don't know how to create their own style or style themselves.
Yeah. I mean, the wonderful thing is for me, I think I've got an advantage when it comes to being trans. You know, I've been comfortable about having the girly part of my life for 20 years. And you know, although I denied living that way, you know, that you know, it's kind of like I didn't choose to be trans, but I did choose to live as trans.
Yeah.
You know, I just lived in a kind of pragmatic thing. Is like, well, you know, I was born a guy, and you know, there's not much I can do about it really. And so I'll just make the best use of what I can. And so I was just going to these private functions, you know, and being happy with that. But you know, 3 or 4 or 5 times a year, I would think to myself, I'd just sort of put everything down and just ponder and think, you know, wouldn't it be great to just be able to live as a female as I would like to? You know, and I've been doing that for years anyway at home. You know, just sitting around wearing a skirt or a dress or something, that was perfectly comfortable for me. But, you know, just the idea of going out like that, it was always, what would neighbors think? What would my mum think? What would everybody think? You know, rather than how did I feel?
Yeah.
And once, you know, once my friend Jade died, you know, my cyber mum, when she died, it just got me thinking, life is short, and why am I putting everybody else's happiness above my own, or everybody else's comfort above my own? And so I said, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to live how the hell I want to. You know, that's it now. And so, you know, I moved very quickly really, possibly even quicker than I should. I approached a number of people quietly, friends on the internet, and then on the 12th of January, I told people that I was going to be making a video, and that people should watch because it's going to be quite a big thing. Going to be making a big statement. And so I came out, I went live, and I started with my camera off, and I said, okay, something I want to tell you. And it's hard, and I'm quite, I've spent the last few days with a sort of combination of excitement and dread. But I made a decision about something a month ago, and so I then said, I'm transgendered, and I've decided I'm going to transition as a female. And then I said, I'm going to turn my camera on now, and I did. And the live chat was going, and I had so much love in there. I mean, a couple of the evangelical idiots that don't like me anyway, who would try to, but I had the live chat ready with a bunch of friends who I trust, and they had spanners ready, wrenches ready, so that they could, deal with anybody, because I was concentrating on giving my story.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was met with almost universal acceptance and approval, and that was fantastic. And then the following day, I've got another YouTube channel, which is about model railway stuff, and I went on with that as well. And I'm a member of Model Railway Society. I'm actually the vice chair of a Model Railway Society, and I came out to them on the internet forum for it. And again, I've been met with almost universal acceptance and approval. No one has said anything bad, although I did lose a few subscribers.
Yeah, that tends to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah. But you see, when I came out on my main YouTube channel, the Cliffjumper 24 one, which is now Laura one, I decided that okay, I expected that I'm going to get 5 types of responses from it. I'm going to get people who love and accept me for who I am, no matter how I present. They don't care about it, they don't care how I present myself. They like me for who I am. The second one are people who they're uncomfortable, maybe even creeped out by it, so they just end up going quiet. They don't say anything, they just disappear, kind of thing. They quietly unsubscribe types. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then I came across. Then in my prelude to coming out, I found one person that kind of wigged out a bit. I'll tell you about that in a moment. Then there's people who don't like me already. Nothing I say or do will ever please them, and I don't care about what they think about me anyway, so that doesn't matter. And then there are enemies. Now, I don't have enemies myself, but I have people who think of me as an enemy. G-Man being an example. Well, G-Man could go on and make a 40-minute video about how awful I am and how I'm going to hell for being transgendered. And I don't give 2 shits about what he says.
But G-Man's an idiot.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't care what he thinks.
But all I can...
The day after I came out, Darwin's Deity has got a Discord, and him and his buddy, Veckel and Antonio and a bunch of other people, they talked about me all day. All day they were making fun of me and stuff like that. Apparently, I don't know. I wasn't involved in it, obviously. And so I decided, you know what? And on the that was Monday into Tuesday. So Tuesday they talked about me all day. On Wednesday I went in there and I told them I don't care what they think. I'm being me. This is who I am. I don't care whether you like it or not. It's not up to you. I don't care what you think, and I don't care what your God thinks either, because that doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. And that's it. And that, so I spent about 20 minutes 30 minutes, something like that, talking to them and telling them how much I didn't care. And I know that sounds weird, me telling them how much I didn't care that they talked about me. I was making fun of them, basically, and saying, you talked about me for hours, and I don't care. You can talk about me for hours again, make fun of me and all that sort of stuff if you like, but it's not going to make any difference, you know. And they tried straw manning me and all that kind of stuff, you know, but whatever. And you know, and the reason why I did it, which sounds weird to do, is to make it quite clear to them that they can't hurt me with this stuff.
Yeah.
They can't say, I know, I'm going to be mean to this person to try and make them feel shameful about what they're doing, or, you know, just because I hate them kind of stuff. It's like, you know, yeah, you can do that if you like. And it doesn't say anything about me. It only says something about you.
Yeah, especially when you're doing it for that long. Like, there's a point where you start becoming obsessed, and there's a little bit of an issue with that. On top of the subject, it's like, all right, joke is over. It's not really a joke in the first place, but whatever.
Yeah. Now, the funny one was, I mentioned the people who wig out. So I had one person who kind of wigged out on me when I came out to them. I mean, they accepted me, but they were kind of like overreacted a bit.
Yeah.
Now, there are people that, for example, when you get someone who says they're gay, they suddenly start talking about, you know, they kind of, their head goes, oh my gosh, that person's gay. Well, I'm not gay, and I don't want them to think that I'm gay. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to start talking about how much I like banging women, because that'll make it quite clear that I'm not gay. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What they did with me, they started to ask me really intimate questions about my genitalia. And I said, you know, and I said, you know, and they said, like, so I've got a question for you. Have you ever sucked a man's cock? Have you ever had a man's penis in your ass or something? He's like, what? Why would you even say that? You know, kind of thing. And after a couple of moments of this, I had to shut him up by using his friend against him and said, yeah, would you use Aaron Ra? And so, would you ask Aaron Ra the intimate details of his penis and what he does with it? And he says, oh, no, of course not. I said, well, don't ask me about mine then. You know? And so when I came out, I said to my audience, I said, look, you know, I've got left my email address underneath. You want to ask me a question about my transition or how I got here or whatever. If you don't want to ask it, you know, openly, and you want to ask me quietly, then, you know, send me an email, and I'll see if I can respond to it for you. You know, and I said, but what I won't be describing is my genitals and what I'm going to be doing with them. You know, that's nobody's business but my own. So, you know, and like I say, I was so creeped out about it that someone was so creeped out about me coming out and saying this is what, you know, I'm transgendered. The first thing they needed to know was whether I was going to be getting a sex change.
Yeah, I've also had, when you mentioned you're asexual, all of a sudden the worst questions in the world come out, and you're just like, really? Like, I can understand if it's a close personal friend and they're like really trying to understand, but like, it's almost like there's this, oh, well, I don't understand how any of this works, and so now I'm going to get like really, really intimate questions to try to sort things out. And it's like, no, you don't need to know all of that. You just need to accept the information that I've told you. And if you really want those intimate questions answered, technically you can Google them now.
Yeah.
Because somebody else put them up out of frustration at this point.
it's one of the problems that a lot of people, when it comes to trans stuff or asexuality stuff, they don't understand the difference between gender and sex.
No.
And I think the reason is because we use the same word in multiple ways. You know, the word sex, as written on the birth certificate, is based upon what genitalia they see when they pull you out of your mother. But the act of having sex is something completely different.
Yeah.
And it's related to sexuality. Well, being the gender has nothing to do with sexuality at all, because that's what you do with it as opposed to what you are. I had an analogy of sex is who you go to bed with, gender is who you go to bed as.
Well, for something else that I've also noticed is for most people, their gender and their sexuality work kind of harmoniously. Like they don't really, even though they know that it's separate, logically, when emotionally they're confronted, it all gets conflated in their head as one thing.
Yeah.
And that has been my experience. It's like, no, that's not all one thing. There's different parts to it. And same with attractions. For most people, their aesthetic attraction, their romantic attraction, their sensual attraction, and their sexual attraction all work harmoniously. So they don't have to think about, how are these things separate? And they know instinctively, if they thought about it for a quick second, that they are separate things. But the moment you confront their perceptions, all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, it's all the same thing. And then they're trying to figure out how it's all separate. And it just gets aggravating.
Yeah. So someone I know, I had a discussion with him before I came out. And I was trying to explain, and he just couldn't understand it. He refused to accept the idea. He decided how it was, and that was it. And I was trying to explain, look, it's like a spectrum. Sexuality is like a spectrum. If we look at, if we think of straight people and gay people, and in the middle there's bisexual people who can drift towards male or female, depending, it's a spectrum. And there are some people, within a gender, there are some people that are more, some women that are more feminine than other women, and likewise for men. Well, for transgender people, they're in the middle between male and female. Biologically, they're one thing. Mentally, there's something else. So there's kind of in between.
Yeah.
Some are more female and some are more male, or depending on how they think. And he just couldn't accept the gender one. It was male, it's by gender. There's two genders, male or female, and that's it.
Yeah, and it boils down to everybody kind of wants things to be simple. And as far as I'm concerned, there is no aspect of life that is simple. There is no aspect of our biologies that are simple. No aspect of our brains that are simple. And I understand wanting everything to be simplified, but the cold hard fact is things are not simple in any aspect. And people tend to completely throw that out the window. Again, when you discuss something that, goes against their perceptions.
Yeah.
So they were getting sexuality, but not gender? Like, okay.
Yeah.
I
mean, I knew my first inkling of I want to be a girl was when I was 7. That was when I first had a hint that I wasn't, in the normal range. So what happened was I took part in a maypole dance when I was a kid, and it was really well organized, well choreographed. So you had boys and girls in pairs, and there were 8 pairs of children, 2 sets in green, yellow, blue, and red, and I was in red. And the boys wore white trousers and a gingham shirt, and the girls wore these pretty little gingham dresses, gathered skirt, puff sleeves, Peter Pan collar, sash tie. And so I'm dancing with this girl, and we got matching ribbons, so red ribbons to go with, our outfits. And so we're all doing this thing, and I'm frowning and concentrating because I'm trying to get the steps right and the ribbon going in and out the right way and all that kind of thing, trying not to make any mistakes. And so I'm concentrating, not really enjoying it, but I've also got a weird duality going on, because at the age of 7, it's like, girls have got cooties kind of thing, and dancing, that's a girl's thing, and I'm a boy and I'm not supposed to do, that's not the kind of thing. But I actually enjoyed the dancing, I enjoyed it. So I've got that duality going on there, and I'm also trying to concentrate to get the pattern right. And my dance partner, she's all happy and smiling and bouncing around, and she looked pretty and she smelled nice, and she was in the zone. She didn't seem to have a care in the world, and she just got it right and everything. And I just found myself thinking, I wish I was you. I wish I was a girl like you. That I didn't have to feel about this pressure about wanting to dance but not supposed to want to dance. And it just got me thinking, I wish I was a girl. Because boys are supposed to do this and supposed to do that, where girls can be whatever they want, including tomboys.
Yeah.
And that kind of, and so the following year, I played, my parents were in the Air Force, so we moved around a lot. And a couple of guys meet at work, they introduced their wives and kids. And so my friends were their kids. And Vanessa was the same age as me, Marie was a bit younger. But they went and moved away. And then we went to visit them, just about an hour or so drive away. And it's, okay, what are we gonna do? So the kids up in the bedroom, playing. What are we gonna do? And I kind of angled the idea of playing dress up, and so I ended up in one of Vanessa's dresses, and that was good and fun and cute and everything. We all had a bit of good time, and then the parents saw and they laughed and made fun, and and so it kind of drove it underground. And then sort of a long time later, when I was 15, I borrowed some of my mum's skirts because her clothes fitted, of course, and it's not like I could go to a shop and buy a skirt or something. It just didn't have it was too embarrassing because it was all embedded shame. This isn't what boys are supposed to do, kind of thing. And so so I borrowed some of her skirts, and it got noticed. And it's like, put them back. And so we ended up having a family conference about it. And I remember it quite vividly. My mum was sat on the chair arm of the sofa, and I'm stood looking at my feet in shame. And she's like, "Why'd you do it?" And I said, "I don't know." And she said, "You must know." And I didn't say anything. And it's true, I didn't know. It was an instinct. I needed to express myself as a girl in the same way as I needed to breathe. It just seemed to be the right thing to do. And so she, exasperated, she just blurted out, "What, do you want to be a girl or something?" And I paused, and I said, "No." But in my head, I was thinking, yes, I think. Now, I'm an autodidact. I tend to teach myself things. And it's not like I could explain this stuff to my mum because I didn't understand it myself. I didn't even know the words cross-dresser or transvestite or transsexual or any of that kind of stuff. I didn't have the vocabulary. And it's not like I could go to the library and say, "Hi, have you got any books about boys who want to be girls?" You know, I just didn't have the courage to be able to do that. And so I just buried it again. And then when I left home when I was 17 and lived in a hostel for a couple of years, then got this place when I was 19, I've lived there ever since. It's 27 years now. She, I could wear whatever I wanted, but it was still embedded with shame. I'd be sat on the sofa wearing a nice dress or something, and I'd just get this wave of shame wash over me as if to say, what on earth are you doing? And I had to get changed. That was it. The time was over. I had to get changed. And I've never purged. Never did that. The only time I've ever purged was to throw away some things that I didn't want anymore, give them away, to concentrate on other things. It was a choice to change direction. Anyway, so the worst example of this embedded shame was I live on a main road, as you probably heard all these police cars and vehicles going by during this conversation. So there was a police car chase that went by with like 3 police cars and a car that had been stolen or whatever. And the police helicopter flew over my building with my balcony doors wide open. And anyone, they could see inside if they could see at the right angle kind of thing, which they could. And I had to get changed because I was scared that a police officer would be knocking on my door 10 minutes later saying, "Why are you wearing a dress?" It was surreal thinking about it now. But once I got on the internet in 1999, in January the 6th, 1999, I got on the internet for a couple of months. I was looking up Japanese stuff. And then in the same way as that a young guy in his 20s, early 20s, would, sort of no one looking over his shoulder, had the privacy, would start looking at porn, I started looking up dresses. And that was when I found that chat room.
Yeah.
And that was when I became comfortable with that girly part of me. Instead of it being something that was shameful that I wished I could brush under the carpet, but I could feel the lumps under the carpet when I walked, I didn't have to do that anymore. Yes, I could accept who I was within myself. Going out like that, forget it. Not possible. And I embedded that for years. But like I say, every 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times a year, I would think to myself, wouldn't it be great to live as a female? I wish I could do that. But I couldn't, because what would people think? And as soon as I got rid of that, what would people think, I was able to express who I am, and that's how I'm living now. And I'm at the point where I don't care what people think anymore. If I came out on my YouTube channel, I ended up with a shitload of hate, with the exception of, half a dozen people who I'd told privately. Actually, it was more like 20. With the exception of them, if I'd have got nothing but shit off anyone, I still wouldn't care.
Yeah. And getting over that is actually hard, I think, because we've been so ingrained to think about what other people think.
Yeah.
And such a subliminal level that it can cause damage if you're not even aware of it.
Yeah. I mean, my mum disowned me recently. And that was pretty upsetting. But actually, it was somewhat liberating as well, because it was the only thing that was making me hang on to the guy stuff. I had guy clothes, so that, the only time I would wear guy clothes since pretty much August, it's not quite true, certainly since December, every time I was going out as a female. And the only time I wasn't was to go and visit my mum. Or the very, very rare emergency situation where, like, I need to put some money back in the bank before, it closes. And if I don't get in, then they're going to hit me with a bank charge or something equivalent. And, there's only 20 minutes before the bank shuts. Well, I need to go now. Well, I can chuck guy clothes on and go as a guy, and that's easy enough. Whereas going as a girl, I got to spend 40 minutes putting makeup on and getting myself ready to be able to go out the door. So, but I just make sure that I don't get in those sorts of situations. And then the only other one was to go to my mum's. And when my mum decided she didn't want anything more to do with me, then that's one reason why I didn't need to keep any guy clothes anymore. And so I basically disposed of almost all my guy clothes. I've kept 2 sets of guy clothes. I've kept one set in case my mum changes her mind or emergency stuff. And I've kept another set for doing crappy stuff, like if I want to decide I want to do some decorating and I don't want to get my nice clothes messy up, I can just, put guy clothes on, slap the paint on and not really care,
Yeah, working clothes.
Yeah. But that's it. Those are the only guy clothes I've got left. Everything else went. And when I did that, it was so liberating. Because now, and not that I want to go back, but if I decided, I've decided, being a woman isn't working for me, I'm going to go back to living as a guy. That's going to cost a lot of money to replace all my clothes. It's not that it stops me from changing my mind, but it makes it a lot harder if I decided I wanted to. But of course, I don't want to. I'm happier than I've ever been before.
I understand wanting the safety net, but if you've kind of had that feeling since you were 7, I don't think that's gonna I don't think that switch is gonna flip very easily, if at all. So,
I mean, people may think that I've suddenly got, between December and now I've gone, and like 2 weeks ago, I threw away all my guy clothes. That sounds like that's a really quick change. That's a very, very short transition in terms of mental transition. And it's kind of true. But it's something that I'd been building up to for years, a choice that I'd thought about doing for years. Contemplated it as a prospect for years, for the best part of 20 years.
Yeah, I can understand why from the outside it looks like it's just a fast major change that maybe came from nowhere. But every person that I've ever come in contact with who makes a change that quickly over something that big, a part of your identity, usually it's been building up for a while.
I mean, effectively, I broke the dam. And then it will just go flooding away where it needs to. And it's been, like I say, it's been so liberating for me. It's been so wonderful. And it's been so nice to have all the feedback. I mean, just to give an example, the dietitian. So a couple of days after Christmas Day, I went to see the dietitian for the first time. And I went as a guy. And the reason why is because at the doctor's surgery, when you go in, on the left-hand side, there's a touchscreen display. And so you've got to put male and then your birth, the date of birth and the month. And then it'll pop up your appointment. Go and sit down in the waiting room. And so you wait, and then, the screen in front, when the doctor's ready, it will go ping, and it will go, Mr. So-and-so, go to room 7. Ping, Mrs. So-and-so, go to room 9, that kind of thing. And you just go to the right room. Well, I didn't want it to go Mr. because I hadn't changed my name at that point. And they couldn't change it until I changed my name. So, I didn't want it to go ping Mr. So-and-so. So I went as a guy. And I went to the reception. I said, look, is there any way to get it so that I can make an appointment under my female name? And she said, oh, until you change your name, I'm afraid I can't. That doesn't work like that. But once you change your name, once you change your name, that's not a problem at all. But if you like, just come here and we'll call you instead. Because I didn't want them to out me you know, that there I am looking nice and smart as a female, and then it pops up Mr. So and so, announces me straight away. So so I saw the dietitian, I saw Steph, her name is, and I explained, you know, like, okay, I'm going to be transitioning. Next time I come, I'll probably be turned up as a female. And I explained the situation and everything, and it was great. You know, she was like really understanding. And then 2 weeks later, I turned up and I was wearing that red dress, you know, the red sleeveless dress with a cardigan. And she saw me there, and she, you know, she hadn't the client before me, and she sort of waved as, you know, sort of quietly, silently, kind of saying hi. And then when it was my turn, I went in, and she said, "You look amazing. You look so much different." You know, and after about maybe 10 minutes of chatting or whatever, she said, "You know, you come across as so much more alive now than you did the first time I saw you." And, you know, and I said, "Yeah, I feel so much more alive. I feel so much more myself." And, you know, we chat every time. You know, I go for the last appointment of the day so she can spend more time. So we spend about 25 minutes chatting about stuff as well as weighing and, you know, checking the weights and how I'm doing. But, you know, she said to me the last time, she said, "I can't even remember what you look like as a guy. You know, and I think of you like a female now." You know, and just getting feedback like that is wonderful. You know, it makes all the years that I'd lived in denial, and not so much denial of who I was, but denial that I could be who I was. Because this isn't about the clothes. It's about how I feel as a person.
Yeah.
You know, wearing the clothes almost. Do you know what I mean? How it makes me feel, how it brings me alive. It makes me project who I am on the inside. The girl, the clothes on the outside, the outer manifestation of the girl on the inside. You know, that's the best way I can describe it. That has brought me alive as a person. And one of the things that I'm really excited about is when it comes down to the hormone stuff, which, like I say, is a long way off. It's going to be 2 years before I get them in my hands. So I'm going to be going through puberty again, but as a female. And, you know, people say, "Oh, gosh, I remember that. That was awful time in my life." But I'm really looking forward to it because there's a couple of things that's going to happen. The first one is I'm going to start growing boobs. And so it'll be interesting to see how I develop over the next year of that when I start taking the hormones. How do I grow? How does it go on my hips? What's my face going to look like? How's, you know, because my skin is going to get softer and my features are going to change slightly. I'm going to get, you know, fat distribution on my hips and in other parts, like I say, boobs. You know, so my physical shape will change slightly. But also, as I was mentioning earlier about how the testosterone that's in my body now, it can cause aggression when someone's being aggressive to me. It's the fight or flight response, you know. So the testosterone triggers the maleness in me. Well, when I start taking hormones, I won't have the testosterone. It will be replaced by estrogen. Am I going to become a different person in those regards? But also, it also changes your emotional state. Now, as someone with Asperger's, I'm a little, you know, I've always historically I've always been the straight man, as it were. You know, I've not really been, you know, my emotional range is a little bit stunted. You know, I kind of describe it like a balance. You know, intellectually I'm quite high, but emotionally I'm below the standard. I've jokingly referred to myself as a social retard, and that's a joke, by the way, not me being derogatory. It's saying that in some ways I'm advanced, and in other ways I'm behind. And so, it makes me wonder, am I going to become, to use the phrase, red-pilled when it comes to an emotional state that I didn't have before? That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Diana, how was it for you in that regard?
Oh my.
Diana?
Yes, ma'am.
When you started taking estrogen, how did you feel emotionally? Were you kind of awoken to a more sensitive part or something?
Not so much with the estrogen as with the anti-androgen. I guess blocking the testosterone was really, really what kicked things in. As I had said before, I went through a euphoria so strong I pretty much went through the ceiling. Then after a while that calmed down, and happily it did, because the gender counselor was about to recommend that I be taken off the hormone treatment. But yeah, I'd have to say it was the Spiro more than the. Let's see now. I went on estrogen in June. Spiro in late July, early August. Something like that. And yeah.
Jen in the live chat says, "Get ready, Laura. The roller coaster is coming." And I've said,
yeah.
I like to explore new experiences, so I'm looking forward to that roller coaster ride. Even the negative parts will give me an insight to myself.
Oh, my ancient Chinese proverb: "May you get everything you want."
May you live in interesting times.
Yeah, that too.
So, like I say, it's going to be exciting to see what the future holds. Not just in how I express myself, but emotionally as well. Not just physically, but emotionally. I mean, I like experiences. I like things that are different, to explore myself. A lot of people like things to remain the same. They get scared of change. I kind of like change sometimes. Although I like things to, I like a pattern of, I like a somewhat static pattern of life, but I'm happy to explore experiences that are different. I'm happy to explore different foods or whatever. I know that sounds like a cheesy way to describe it, but silly mundane examples of what it is to live as a female for me is to talk about makeup, is to leave a lipstick glass on a lipstick stain on a glass or a straw, because these are things that guys don't get to do. Well, at least not since the 80s, when the new romantic stuff was big. But these are things that just make me smile inwardly. Going to Manchester and having a Subway sandwich, and then afterwards getting out a compact mirror and fixing my lipstick because I've rubbed some away. Things only girls get to do. But it feels very feminine and very nice to be able to do it, and to not feel like I'm going to be judged for doing it. It's like, yeah, I'm a girl doing what girls do.
Yeah, I guess there is a certain liberation in that. What I found was really significant was when I was no longer thinking about that, when it became every day.
Yeah.
And then every now and then you would notice what you were doing, and it's, oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've been getting that as well. I mean, a perfect example of my change, because I had that change a couple of months ago now, about a month and a half to 2 months ago. And what I was doing was, so in the past, I was categorizing myself as, male or female, the way I was expressing myself. So I would go to Manchester and I before, while I'm getting ready for it or whatever, or saying before I'm going to go tomorrow, I would say to myself, I'm going to Manchester as Laura tomorrow, or I'm going to Manchester as Laura later, in a bit. And I'm putting on makeup and all that kind of stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to be going as Laura instead of as a guy. And effectively I was compartmentalizing myself mentally, that I could express myself in one way or the other. And so, and then one day I realized, because I'd been living like this since January and I wasn't going out as a guy anymore, I found myself saying, I'm going to Manchester today. And I didn't need to categorize myself as going as Laura or going as Dave was my original name. So I didn't need to categorize myself. The idea of I'm going to mention as Dave today or as a guy today didn't need to be said anymore, because I wasn't ever doing that anyway anymore. I was always going out as a female. So as a result, I just said, I'm going to Manchester today. And when I realized that, it was like a, mental change, because it's like, yeah, I don't need to categorize myself. I'm just being me now. Instead of being as something I'm not, or, something I used to be, so to speak, I get to be myself. And that's all that needs to be done now. All needs to be considered. That was a seed change in my mentality for myself, in my identity of myself.
Indeed.
So, like I say, happier than I've ever been before. The biggest problem I've got in my life right now is when we end up with discussions, I so often end up sounding like the trans equivalent of a vegan. That it doesn't take very long before I start talking about trans stuff.
Yeah, I like that, Jen. Crap, I have to do my fucking nails again. Then the honeymoon's over. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still really, really new too, and you have a tendency to and I say new in the sense not that it's you're new to being able to do it fully.
Yeah.
You get so excited you want to talk about it, so
Yeah.
I completely understand, and I'm glad that you're actually able to do that, because people need the ability to be their true selves, and I get tired of watching people not being able to do so.
Yeah. I mean, I've been really fortunate that on Skype, sorry, not on Skype, try again. On Twitter, I've had a lot of acceptance. I just, because the stuff that I was putting on Twitter was about cycle safety stuff. Because that's one of my big things. I'm a safety advocate for riding bikes and traffic and stuff like that, and obeying rules, But anyway, and even the many people that I follow and follow me in the safety community side of things, they've all, so many of them have been like plussing up, I'll just say something about how, like for example, today I'm wearing a skirt that's, it's got big red flowers all over it, and the waistband that 6 months ago would have just ripped me in half because it would have been so tight around my tummy line that it would have been incredibly uncomfortable to wear. I would have had a bad back all day. Whereas now that I'm losing weight, suddenly it fits again. And it's comfortable and, everything. So it's like, yeah, that's fantastic. So I posted something on Twitter earlier about how, it's nice that with all this losing weight, I can finally, get into a skirt that would have crippled me a year ago. And I've had a few, +1, hearts, likes on it. And I've done other things, and like I say, when I posted that picture earlier, where I was told I look radiant in that green outfit, again, a lovely thing for someone to say.
Oh my, I'm looking at the watch page. And we are down to 3 watching. And I'm one of them.
I'm one of them too.
And me too.
Oh, whoops.
So I think we're all talking to ourselves.
So
now.
wait a minute. Where's Jen fit into this? Because you're still out there, aren't you?
I don't know.
Is a not to know for to you and into by for to
I
do
know.
it.
I think Jen is the only one left, other than us.
Yeah.
Tell you what.
And I'm also kind of getting to a
Jen's
point
saying
where
time
I'm
to
going
scoot.
to.
Yeah, you're taking off. Yeah, I'm starting to fade as well. So
it's 11:40 here.
Yeah, it's 5:38,
and
I haven't eaten since before hashtags.
It's
sugar.
It's 5:38, and I haven't eaten since Friday, and I like it that way. Oh, come on, Jan. What is this? You don't fit in anywhere stuff.
You could have joined.
She wasn't quite up to it. I had invited her.
Do you have a standard list that you just sort of send to everybody?
There is one developing.
Right. Okay.
I just wish that I could push one button and get all the invitations out there. Well, okay, hugs and kisses, Jen. But keep in mind.
Thanks for your lovely replies.
You fit in here, definitely.
Thanks, Jim.
And you be good. Have fun. I know they're mutually exclusive. Do the best you can. Yay. And okay, yeah, I'm fading here as well.
Yeah, I am kind of too.
Because we've been at this for let me think now.
Well, we had
4
the
hours
of the actual show.
Yeah, so we've been at it for a total of 5 hours plus.
Yeah. Laura, you are a sweetheart. I am glad to have gotten to talk to you. I'm so happy that you are having so much joy in the process. Please keep me updated because I want to hear how things go.
Do you watch Twitter? Do you use Twitter?
Yes, I have you followed on Twitter now.
Oh, cool. There you go.
I went ahead and did that earlier.
A lot of my feedback, a lot of the stuff that I do on a sort of daily-ish basis tends to pop in there.
All right. Well, I have you followed. I went ahead and did that earlier. And you're a real sweetheart.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Get a warm glow inside. I one of my Aspie problems is that I struggle sometimes to reciprocate that. You know, that my head says, "Oh, that's really wonderful. I love that," and my head is whirring and saying, "Wait a minute, did that sound
robotic?"
You know, well, yeah. Did that have enough feeling to express the amount of how nice that felt?
I can kind of understand that because sometimes when I'm trying to support other people, I'm like, is that kind of robotic? Like, I keep repeating this over and over, but that's really all I got.
The best example I can think of, someone dies, what do you say?
I
Are the
tend
words I want? Am I using words that sound good enough? Do they sound forced? Do they not sound genuine? You know, am I saying the right things? Am I going to say something that sounds like I don't, you know, I don't reciprocate it? And you know what I mean. You're sort of thinking, oh
yeah.
gosh, what do I say? How does it sound? How is it? You know. So, yeah.
Yeah, I have that thing in when people are going through deaths. I usually do not have really good things to say. I'm usually the one who's sitting on the couch, like holding the person, or I'm making the food. That's kind of my zone because everything else sounds meaningless. I think for me, in certain situations, I'm like, well, all there are cliches and none of them really help. So there's nothing to say.
Yeah.
Kind of deal.
Yeah. So when you said those lovely things to me, my heart is going, oh, that's so nice. And my head is thinking, oh my God, did I say something that gave that impression that, oh, that's so nice?
You're doing good as far as I'm concerned. So, you're doing good. I wouldn't worry so much about that around me. If I feel like I'm not getting an appropriate response, I'll usually privately, poke the person and be like, "What's going on?" Because my head, and I know I shouldn't be this way. My head is like, "Oh, I didn't get the response I expected. The world must be doomed." And usually how I handle that is I will go privately to the person and say, "Hey, this is not quite what I expected. Is everything okay with you?" So if I feel like something's a little bit off, I will come and approach you privately.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm there's a lot of people that got a lot of guile and stuff like that. Being an Aspie, I tend to take people at face value,
Yeah.
and I generally don't lie to people. So, I prefer someone to just be honest with me.
Yeah.
In fact, I get more upset when someone like thinks badly of me, and then suddenly they dump. You said this and you did that, and it's like, well, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah. No, if I don't feel like things are going the way that they should, you will know. I will let you know. And I tend to prefer to do in private. I only call people out publicly when they're doing something really off or like really just where I've gone through the private channels and they didn't work. But yeah, if you've conveyed, I think, really well how you feel, so don't worry about that,
Yeah.
sweet.
By the way, if you want to keep in touch and chat and stuff, whatever, I use Skype.
Okay.
You on Skype?
I am on Skype. I don't remember which name I use on Skype. I think it might be Oriolfi. I don't know anymore.
Stick Skype on, and I'll point you to who I am. We'll try and get that connected.
Okay. All right. I'll send you a little DM when I figure that out.
I'm Cliffjumper24.
Okay. So you use it across the board?
Sorry?
Or you use Cliffjumper24 across the board for most things?
Yeah. Well, the main thing is that obviously when I joined Skype,
Okay, well, this is going on. I'm just going to bring this down and say thanks a lot, Troop C on the other side. And, okay, let's...